Welcome back to Game of Theories, the channel where we take the world of ice and fire and ask what might have been. Today's adventure: what if Jon Snow hatched 3 dragons at age 5 and conquered Westeros before Robert ever sat the throne? If you're new here, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. A life for 12 years the realm had held its breath, and Ned Stark had spent every one of them waiting for the moment it would let go. He counted them the way other men counted coin. 12 winters since the Trident, where 2 kings had ridden into the same ford, and neither had ridden out. Rhaegar Targaryen, silver and ruby, unhorsed into the water with his chest caved by a warhammer. Robert Baratheon, who had swung that hammer, dragged from the same river with his hip smashed to gravel and his spine bent wrong, screaming for the wife that was already dead in Dorne. A dead prince and a broken lord, and between them a throne that no living man had wanted to sit since. They called it the Cold Peace, the singers who dared sing of it at all. Ned called it the pause before the second half of a fight. Ares burned, Jaime Lannister's blade in his back. The Red Keep half-gutted by the fires the Mad King had lit under his own city. And no crowning, no conqueror, no ending. Only lords going home to their walls to bleed quietly and hate patiently. And Jon Arryn in the capital trying to hold a realm together with letters and old friendships, ruling in the name of a throne with nobody on it. Ned had gone home too. He had brought a promise home with him, wrapped in wool, and named it Jon. Now the promise was 5 years old and burning with fever, and Ned stood in the doorway of a small chamber above the kitchens listening to the boy talk to people who were not there. "He's not in the fever the way children take fevers," Maester Luwin said. He had a bowl of something steaming, and hands that would not stop moving. "The heat should have broken by now or taken him. It does neither. He speaks. He describes things." "What things?" Luwin hesitated, which was answer enough. Luwin did not hesitate over frostbite or a broken arm. "Fire, my lord, he describes fire. 3 fires that breathe. He says they are cold and asking for him." The chain around the Maester's neck caught the candle. "I would not trouble you, but the words repeat, and they are precise. Children rave. This is not raving. This is a boy reading something aloud that only he can see." On the pallet the boy turned his head. Gray eyes, open, wet, fixed on the ceiling beams as though the beams were 100 miles high and full of weather. Dark hair plastered flat. Lyanna's face was in that face, and it would be more of Lyanna every year, which was the one danger Ned could do nothing about. You could hide eggs in a crypt. You could not hide a dead woman's cheekbones on a living child. "Leave us," Ned said. Luwin looked at him and looked at the boy, and something in a Maester that had chained itself to learning wanted very much to stay and watch whatever this was. Then the training that had also chained him to obedience won. He set the bowl by the pallet and went, and the door latched and Ned crossed the cold floor and knelt. "Jon." The gray eyes tracked down from the beams. They found him and did not quite recognize him. "You're the one who's sad," the boy said kindly, "the way you tell a stranger their cloak is torn. I'm your father." The lie had worn a groove in him so deep that he no longer felt it going out. "You're sick, you have to fight it. Rob's downstairs asking after you every hour. He wants you well." "They're under the ground." Jon's small hand came up and gripped Ned's sleeve with a strength that fever should have burned out of him. "In the dark with the Stone Kings. They've been cold for 100 years and 100, and they're not angry, they're just tired of it. They want me to come and—" He frowned, hunting the word. A boy of 5 hunting a word he had never learned. "They want me to unlock them. I have the key inside me. It's hot. Can you feel how hot the key is?" The hand on Ned's sleeve was, in fact, hot. Hot as a stone left in the hearth. "That's the fever," Ned said. "That's all it is." But he had gone very still, because a boy of 5 did not know that there was anything at all beneath the ground in the crypts of Winterfell, and a boy of 5 certainly did not know what Ned had put there 12 years ago and never told a living soul. 3 eggs, larger than any egg had a right to be, scaled and cold and heavy as cannon shot, one black and red as a dying coal, one pale as bone with a faint blue vein through it, one green and bronze like the back of some drowned beetle. Rhaegar Targaryen had carried them south to the Tower of Joy for reasons that had died with him, folded among Lyanna's few things like relics, and when Lyanna had put her son into Ned's arms and made him swear, she had pressed her fever-thin fingers to the wool that wrapped the eggs and said, "These two. His. Not the throne's. His." And then she had said the other thing, the thing that was the true weight of the promise, the name and the marriage and the blood. And Ned had carried all of it north and buried the stone part in the dark and the flesh part in a nursery and called them both by wrong names to keep them alive. 12 years the eggs had lain in a sealed alcove behind Lord Rickard's tomb, and Ned had gone down twice a year to be sure the seal held, and they had never been anything but stone. "Sleep," he told his sister's son. "Fight the fever, that's all you have to do." The boy's eyes had already drifted back up to the impossible ceiling. "They know my name," he murmured. "The Dark One keeps saying it. It's not Jon." Ned's hand closed on nothing. He sat with the boy until the candle guttered and Luwin's draft finally dragged Jon down under sleep. Then he went and found Catelyn because that was the harder duty and he had learned young to take the hard duties first. She was in the sept she had built, a splinter of the south wedged into his northern walls, on her knees before the mother with a taper burning. She did not turn when he came in. "Is he dead?" she said. "Not cruel, only braced." "Number the fever holds, but it holds steady. Luwin thinks it will break." "Good." A pause, and then the honesty she never spared herself. "I prayed for him. I want you to know that I prayed for the boy and meant it, and I still do not want him under my roof. And I am ashamed of the wanting, and I do not stop wanting it. Both things are true." She rose, smoothing her skirts. "You've never told me who his mother was. Number, you never will." Number, she looked at him then, and there was no heat in it, only the tiredness of a woman who had made her peace with a locked room in her husband's chest, and did not intend to keep rattling the door. "Robb loves him like his own hand. Whatever he is to me, he is that to your heir. Remember it when you decide things." She took up her taper and left him with the mother's painted face, and Ned stood a while in the wrong god's house and did not pray, because he did not know which gods he would even be lying to. The fever did not break on the 3rd night. It changed. Ned woke to Nan. Old Nan should not have been able to climb the tower stairs. She had not climbed them in a year. But there she was in his doorway with a rushlight and her 100-year face and her voice like a hinge. "The boy's out of his bed," she said. "The boy's walking. I saw him go past the fire in the great hall, my lord, in his shift and his bare feet, walking like a man that knows exactly where he's going, and he went down the way that goes down, and the guard on the crypt door is asleep though he swears he never sleeps, and I am too old to go into the dark after a child, so I came for you." Ned was moving before she finished. Cloak, no boots, the candle from her hand. Down the tower and across the yard, and the cold outside was a slap of iron. The sky, a black bowl of stars with a green edge low in the north where the lights sometimes hung. The crypt door stood open. Robert the guardsman lay across the threshold with his back to the frame, chin on his chest, snoring, and no shaking would rouse him. He would not wake till dawn, and would weep at his own post when he did, and Ned would never tell him what mercy the sleep had been. The stone stairs went down into the smell of earth and cold, and the iron of old lamps. Ned went down them with the candle throwing his shadow huge and wrong across the vaults, past the near kings with their iron swords across their laps and their direwolves at their feet, down past his father in his new-cut niche and Brandon beside him, and the 3rd niche that he had ordered carved, and never let anyone fill. The empty stone bed with Lyanna graven above it and nothing beneath, because the truth of where his sister lay was one more thing he had buried in a lie. There was light down there that his candle did not make. It came from the deep dark past Rickard's tomb, from the sealed alcove that was no longer sealed. The stones Ned had mortared shut with his own hands 12 years ago lay tumbled and cracked, and a 5-year-old could not have moved them, and they were moved. Warm light pulsed out of the gap, red going to gold going to red, a slow tide of it, and with the light came heat, real heat, cellar cold giving way to the breath of a forge, and a sound, a low structural creak, the noise of something vast and patient testing whether it was allowed to exist. Jon knelt in the middle of it in his white shift, with his bare feet black from the stone. He had the 3 eggs out of the broken alcove and set before him in a row on the cold floor, and he had, Ned's stomach turned over, he had cut his own hand. A shallow child's cut across the meat of the palm, made with the rusted point of some fallen grave iron that lay beside him, and he was not crying about it. He held the bleeding hand out flat over the eggs, the way a boy might hold his hand over a fire to know how close he dared, and he was speaking, low and sing-song, in no tongue that Ned had ever heard, syllables that fell like water over hot stone, and the eggs were answering. The black-handred one had begun to glow from within, not reflected light, light of its own, a coal heart brightening under a skin of scale, and the shell had gone translucent as a hand held over the sun, and dark shapes moved inside it, curling, and cracks were running across it in lines of pure fire. "Jon!" Ned's voice came out of him like a rope thrown to a drowning man. "Jon, come away." The boy turned his head, and his eyes had gone strange, the pupils blown wide and glassy and full of the egg's light, but he knew Ned now. He knew him, and he was calm, and the calm was worse than any screaming, because a child on the floor of a tomb at the black hour of night, with the world coming apart in fire at his knees, ought to have been screaming. "They were so cold," Jon said. "Father, they were cold for 100 years and 100. I couldn't leave them cold." And his small bleeding hand turned over, palm up, offering, and one bright drop fell from it onto the black egg. Afterward Ned would try many times to set down in his own mind what happened next, and every time the words came up short, because the thing was too large for the room and too large for the words, and the only honest account was that the world briefly forgot the rules it usually kept. The black egg did not break. It opened the way a fist opens, the way a mouth opens to scream. The fiery cracks widened, and the shell peeled back in curling shards that fell away smoking. And out of the ruin of it rose a shape no longer than a cat, and heavier than the whole idea of a cat, wet and black and glistening. Wings folded flat and slicked to its sides like a drowned thing. A long neck weaving, a wedge of a head lifting on that neck to find the light and finding instead the boy who had called it. And it opened a mouth full of needle teeth and made a sound that was half a kitten's cry and half the groan of a ship's hull. And from the back of its throat came a lick of flame, thin as a ribbon, red going black at the edges, that guttered in the cold air of the tomb and did not go out. The pale egg cracked a heartbeat behind it, then the bronze. 3 shells breaking in the dark under Winterfell, 3 wet shapes hauling themselves out into the ancient cold, and the crypt filled up with the sound of them, that structural creak now trebled, and with the smell of them, which was lightning and hot iron and something older, something from before there were noses to smell it, and with light, so much light that the iron swords of the dead kings threw hard black shadows up the walls, and the carved direwolves seemed for a moment to lift their stone heads and watch. The pale one, silver-white and quick, was out and clambering before the other 2 had their wings loose, scrabbling up over the black one's back with a hiss like water on a griddle, and its flame when it tried it was a pale blue, blue as the vein in the shell it had left, and colder looking and somehow worse. The bronze one was slowest and largest, still working itself free, patient, even newborn, and when it finally stood swaying on the stone, its wings unfurled wider than either of its clutch mates, and its fire was green shot through with gold, and it did not spend that fire on the air. It turned its blunt head to Jon, and Jon reached out with his unwounded hand, and the bronze dragon leaned its wet skull into a 5-year-old's palm like a hound that had waited its whole life to be touched. Ned had drawn his belt knife. He did not remember drawing it. He stood at the edge of the light with 3 dragons loose in the tomb of his fathers, and his dead sister's son at the center of them wearing their glow like a crown. And every instinct that had kept him alive through a war told him to cut, to end it, to kill these 3 impossible animals while they were small and wet and could still be killed, because he had seen what fire and blood did to Westeros. He had ridden through the ash of it. He had pulled Robert screaming out of a river. He had held his sister while she died of a war that had begun over the very blood these creatures answered to. And he knew, with the whole weight of a plain and honest man who wanted nothing but for the world to stop breaking, that 3 dragons in the world meant the end of the cold peace and the beginning of something with no name yet and a great many graves. He took 1 step. The knife was steady. The black dragon put itself between him and the boy. It did it without hurry and without drama, simply shifting its wet dark bulk across the floor until it stood over Jon's crossed legs with its wings half-mantled, and it looked at Ned along the length of its own body with eyes that had, in the space of drawing a knife, already gone from newborn milk to a deep ember red, coals under ash, and it did not hiss and it did not flame. It only watched him. It watched him the way a thing watches that has decided you are either its own or its enemy, and is waiting, patiently, cheaply, to learn which. And Ned understood, standing there with iron in his fist and his heart going like a smith's hammer against his ribs, that if he took the second step he would have to kill the boy to reach the eggs, because the black one had already made that arithmetic and would make Ned solve it. He lowered the knife. "Jon," he said, and his voice was not steady now. It had gone to gravel. "What have you done?" The boy looked up at him through the shifting light, and his eyes had come back, the glassiness draining out of them, leaving only a tired, wondering, ordinary child who was beginning, at last, to understand that he had woken up somewhere he should not be and done something that could not be taken back. His lip trembled. His cut hand had stopped bleeding. On the floor around him, 3 dragons steamed in the cold, and the black one had not moved from its guard. "I heard them crying," Jon said, very small. "Nobody else could hear it. I didn't want them to be cold." And then, because he was 5, and because the largeness of the night had finally caught up to him, "Am I in trouble?" Ned Stark knelt down in the ash of 3 shells that had been stoned that morning, among the bones of every king of winter and the empty grave of the sister whose whole ruin had started with dragons, and he gathered his sister's son against his chest, dragons and all, and the black one allowed it, folding its dark wings back and settling with a creak beside them both as if Ned had passed some test he had not known he was taking. "No," Ned said into the boy's hair. He could feel the heat coming off all 3 of them now, banked and steady, the crypt gone as warm as a kitchen. "No, you're not in trouble. But you have to listen to me, Jon, and you have to hear me the way you've never heard anything. This is the most important thing I will ever tell you, and you are 5 years old, and it isn't fair. None of it is fair, but I need you to hold it anyway." Jon nodded against him, solemn as only a small child can be solemn. "No one can ever know," Ned said. "Not Robb, not Lady Stark, not Maester Luwin, not the guards, not Nan, not any living soul beyond this room. If the world learns what came out of these shells tonight, they will come for you, not to take you away, to end you and everyone who stood near you, and I will not let that happen. So they must stay a secret, and you must keep them small and hidden and fed in the dark, and you must grow up looking like every other boy in that yard, and you must carry this alone in a way no one your age should ever have to carry anything. He drew back and held the boy's face in his two big hands and made him meet his eyes. Can you do that? For me? Can you keep the most dangerous secret in the world? And Jon Snow, who was not Jon Snow, who had a name buried under the ground with a marriage and a prophecy and the ash of a burning war, looked back at the only father he would ever know with gray Stark eyes over a dead prince's blood, and he said the thing that would break Ned's heart slowly across the next 12 years, one honest word at a time. I promise. They named them that night, or Jon did, because Ned found he had no words left in him for naming anything, and because the boy seemed to think it was owed. He walked among them on his bare black feet, wholly unafraid now, and the three wet creatures turned their weaving heads to follow him, and Ned watched the way a man watches a flood come up the stairs of his own house, with a terror that has passed all the way through into a kind of stillness. The black one, the guard, the one whose eyes had already gone to coals. Jon stood before it and tilted his head, listening to nothing, and then he said, Nyrax. He said it the way you repeat a word someone else has spoken. His name's Nyrax. He told me in the fever. I don't know what it means, but that's what it is. The black dragon lifted its wedge head at the sound, and something like recognition passed through it, and it made the ship's hull groan again, lower, satisfied. The pale quick one, silver and blue and already restless, already up on a fallen stone and testing the reach of its wet wings. Sarah, Jon said, and again with that faraway certainty, a thing read off the inside of his own blood. She's Sarah. She showed me a place that was all white and high up, and she liked it there. And the pale dragon snapped at the cold air and gave its griddle hiss, pleased, or as pleased as a thing that cold could get. The bronze one, the patient one, the one that had leaned its skull into his hand. Jon came and knelt by it and put both arms around its wet neck as far as they would go, which was not far, and this one he did not read off the fever. This one he chose. You, he said, muffled in green bronze scale, you're the strong, slow one. Old Nan says the biggest thing anyone ever built was the wall, and Brandon the builder built it, and he built Winterfell too, and he built Storm's End so the sea couldn't knock it down. You're going to be the biggest, so you're Brander. Like Brandon, but a dragon can't say Brandon. He said it the way a 5-year-old settles a thing beyond argument, and the bronze dragon rumbled deep in its chest, and the name stuck, and Ned marked it and did not know yet why it turned a cold key in him. That of the three, 2 names had come up out of the blood of the dragon like bubbles from a drowned country, old Valyrian syllables the boy could not have known, and the third, the biggest, the shield, the boy had named himself, and named it for the north. 2 names from the fire, 1 from the snow. Ned looked at his sister's son crowned in the light of 3 impossible animals in the tomb of the kings of winter, and he thought, there is the whole war of him in 3 names, and he doesn't even know he's carrying a war. They'll be hungry, Jon said, matter of fact, sitting back on his heels. I can feel it. They're really hungry. I imagine they are. Ned's own voice sounded strange to him, a man speaking from the far side of a decision he had not consciously made and could no longer unmake. He looked at the tumbled stones, the ash, the smoking shards, the 3 steaming shapes, the empty grave with his sister's name on it. Somewhere above them, a realm slept in its brittle truce, 12 years deep, waiting to break. A maimed lord dreamed his ruined dreams in Storm's End. A silver boy plotted in a free city across the sea. Lions counted their gold in the west, roses grew fat in the south, and in the ruin of kings landing a throne of melted swords sat cold and patient as the dragons themselves, waiting for a backside cruel enough or mad enough or bloody enough to want it. And here, under the ground in the dark, was the thing that would answer all of them, and it was holding a dragon and asking about supper. Then we'd best find them something to eat, Ned Stark said, "and we'd best not be seen doing it." He got to his feet and his knees cracked, and he was suddenly and enormously tired, the tiredness of a man who has just understood that the war he thought he had survived had only been resting and had chosen his own house to be born again in. "Come, bring." He could not make himself say the dragons, not yet, the word would not fit through his teeth. "Bring your friends, quietly. And Jon." The boy looked up. "You did a very brave thing tonight," Ned said, because it was true, and because a man ought to give a child the truth when he could not give him safety. "And a very terrible one. Someday you'll understand that those are often the same thing. I'm sorry that you'll have to." Jon didn't understand, of course. He was 5. He gathered Nyrax up against his chest, and the black dragon suffered it, coiling its tail up the boy's thin arm, its coal eyes fixed always and only on him. And Sarah scrambled up to ride on his shoulder, digging in claws that drew 3 beads of blood he did not so much as flinch at. And Brander came behind them, slow and swaying and huge-winged and already, even wet from the shell, giving the impression of a wall that had decided to walk. And they went up out of the crypt together into the last black hour before dawn, the man and the boy and the 3 that would remake the world. And behind them, the kings of winter sat on in the dark with their iron swords, keeping, as they had always kept, their silence. At the top of the stairs, Robert the guardsman slept on across the threshold, and would wake at dawn with no memory of the night and a heaviness he could not name. Ned stepped over him. The eastern sky beyond the walls had gone the gray of a sword blade, and the stars were guttering out one by one, and the green light in the north had faded, and it was, by every ordinary measure, going to be an ordinary day. Bread would be baked. The yard would be swept. Robb would ask after his brother and be told the fever had broken, and would grin and run to see him. The world would go on believing the thing it believed, that there were no dragons, that the great fire had gone out of the world 300 years past at the death of the last one at the dragon pit, that the age of such things was safely finished. The world would be wrong for 12 more years, and then it would learn how wrong, and by then a boy of 5 would be a man grown with 3 living engines of war at his back, and a name he did not yet know written under a mountain in the south. But that was all still to come. On that first gray morning, Eddard Stark carried a bundle of firewood down from the crypt door. That was what he told the waking kitchen, firewood, and they believed him because he had never in his life been known to lie. And behind the wood, where no one looked, 3 newborn dragons rode hidden in the folds of a Stark cloak, warm as a forge, cheeping like monstrous chicks, and a boy walked at his hip holding his big hand, keeping the most dangerous secret in the world, exactly as he had promised. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. The Hidden Years a Dragon Eats. That was the first thing Ned Stark learned about keeping the end of the world in a cellar, and it was the thing no song had ever bothered to mention, because songs are written by men who have never had to feed the beast in the last verse. Balerion the Black Dread had made ash of Harrenhal in a day, and every child in Westeros knew it, and no child in Westeros had the least idea that in the year before Balerion could burn a castle, someone had spent that year carrying the Black Dread its breakfast. In the first moon, the 3 of them ate mice. Ned bought a mouser's hole trade off a rat catcher in Wintertown, paid in silver for a service the man was told was to clear the granary, and the rat catcher went away rich and puzzled, and never once wondered why the Warden of the North wanted 3 sacks of live vermin delivered to the crypt stair after dark. Jon fed them by hand. Nyrax took the mice out of the air with a snap you could hear across the vault. Sarah stalked hers along the tomb tops with a killer's patience and ate delicately, 1 bite, discarding the tails, and Brander simply opened his mouth and let the boy drop them in, 4 and 5 and 6, patient as a wall taking bricks. By the 3rd moon the mice would not do. Ned moved them to eels out of the hot pools and then to lambs, and lambs meant a new lie. So he told the steward that the she-wolves in the wolfswood had grown bold with the mild autumn and were taking stock, and that he wanted 6 lambs a week set out at the tree line to keep the wolves from the walls. And the steward wrote it in the ledger under husbandry, sundry, and thought his lord soft-hearted about wolves, which of all the things men thought about Eddard Stark was the one that came nearest to a joke. The lambs did not go to the tree line. They went down the crypt stair in a barrow at the black hour, and Jon fed them out one at a time over the week. And by the boy's 6th name day, the 3 dragons had gone from the size of cats to the size of the hounds that slept in the kennels, and Nyrax could no longer be carried and would no longer suffer to be. And the crypt had begun to smell permanently of hot iron and blood, and the strange lightning reek of them. And Ned had begun to understand the true shape of the thing he had taken on. Not a secret, a tide, a thing that grew whether you fed it or not and grew faster if you did, and would not stop growing until it had become whatever it was going to become, and all a man could do was decide whether to be standing beside it or under it when it did. He chose beside. He told himself it was for the boy. Some nights, watching Jon asleep in the straw with 3 dragons banked around him like coals in a grate, all 4 of them breathing in the same slow rhythm, he even believed it. They could not keep the dragons in the crypt forever, and by Jon's 7th year they did not. It was Jon who found the answer, because it was Jon they told things in the dreams. There was a cave in the wolfswood, a half-day's ride north and west. Up under the shoulder of a hill, the small folk called the kettle for the way the snowmelt steamed out of a cleft in its side. Hot springs ran under the kettle the same as they ran under Winterfell, and the cave went back deep and warm into the hill, dry above the steaming water, and no one went there because the small folk said the kettle was a haunt of the old gods, and you left your offerings at the tree at its foot, and you did not climb higher. Jon described the cave to Ned before he had ever seen it. He described the cleft and the tree and the black mouth of it, and the way the warm air breathed out. Ned rode out alone the next morning and found all of it exactly as the 7-year-old had said, down to the split heart tree at the foot with its weeping red face. And he stood in the cave mouth in the steam, and understood that the boy was seeing through their eyes now, or they through his, and that the line between his sister's son and the 3 animals was not a line he would ever be able to draw again. They moved the dragons to the kettle over 3 nights, and it took 3 nights because you cannot walk a dragon the size of a mastiff through the wolfswood by daylight, and because Nyrax fought the leaving of Jon and had to be coaxed the whole way with the boy walking ahead and calling him, and because Brander, though the most biddable of the 3, was already heavy enough that when he sat down and declined to go on, no force Ned or Jon could bring to bear would move him, and they simply had to wait in the cold, in the dark. Until the dragon decided of his own patience to rise, Sarah made the journey easiest. Sarah flew. That was the night Ned's private terror grew a second head, watching the pale dragon lift off the frozen ground on the 2nd night's march, clumsy and low, wings that had been folded uselessly under a mountain for years beating the air into obedience for the first time, rising to the height of the pines and no higher, sculling in a wide, unsteady circle above the treetops with the stars behind her, and coming down again to land badly and hiss with what could only be called pleasure. Because a thing that can be hidden in a cellar cannot fly, and a thing that can fly cannot be hidden anywhere, and Ned understood that he was watching the calendar of his secret being written in the sky, and that the last page of it was already visible if you knew to look up. He said none of this to Jon. Jon laughed and clapped when Sarah flew and ran under her, and she snapped playfully at his hair, and he was 7, and Ned let him be 7 for as long as the world would allow it, which he privately reckoned was not very long at all. By the time Jon was 9, the 3 of them had outgrown the word pony and reached for the word warhorse, and Ned had begun, without ever quite deciding to keep a tally in the back of a ledger no steward would ever see. Nyrax measured 11 feet from snout to tail tip, and could not fold his wings in the cave mouth without scoring the rock, and the scoring had made a mark that Ned would look at years afterward and know for what it was. A boy's height notched on a door frame, if the boy were a dragon and the doorframe a hill. Sarah was slighter and half again as long, all neck and tail and quickness, and she could take a hair off the open snow at 100 paces from a standing start, and had begun to range as far as the long lake and back in a night, which meant she had begun to be seen, which meant Ned had begun to lie in a wider circle. Brander, slowest to leave the shell and slowest to everything since, had passed both his clutchmates in the shoulder and the wingspan and now ate more than the other two together, a whole yearling ox in a sitting, and would then lie for 3 days digesting it in the warm dark like a hill that had eaten a smaller hill and go nowhere, and want nothing, and be, of the three, the one Ned found he trusted. Jon walked among them the way other boys walked among hounds, and they answered him the way no hound answers anyone. Ned came up to the kettle one dusk in the boy's 9th autumn, and stood in the cave mouth in the reek and the steam, and watched his sister's son settle a quarrel between Nyrax and Sarah over a slaughtered ewe. The black one had claimed it and the pale one wanted it, and they had gone chest to chest with their necks arched and their throats glowing. And Jon walked in between two animals that could have swallowed him and put a hand flat on each hot breast and said, "Lo," in the tongue Ned had first heard in the crypt. And both dragons subsided, grumbling, and Nyrax dragged the carcass to Sarah and let her feed first, sullen, obedient, jealous, and then ate the rest and glared at the boy the whole while like a wronged brother. "They mind you better than the guards mind me," Ned said. "They're not minding." Jon wiped his hands on the straw. "They're arguing I just get a vote." He looked up and his mother's face looked out of his, and he asked the question he had begun to ask that year, the question Ned had known was coming since the crypt. "Father, my mother, was she like this? Did she have could she hear things the way I hear them?" Ned crouched by the fire and did not answer at once, because the true answer was a door he could not yet open, and the lie was a door he was tired of holding shut. "She was brave," he said, which was true. Braver than was good for her. "She loved a thing she oughtn't to have loved, and she paid the whole price of it, and I promised her I'd keep you safe." He fed a stick to the fire. "That's what I can give you tonight. When you're older I'll give you the rest. Not because you can't hold it now, because once I set it down you'll have to carry it the rest of your life, and I'd have you carry your dragons a few years first and learn what a heavy thing feels like, before I hand you the heaviest one there is." Jon studied him with the gray, patient eyes that were the Stark in him and the only part of his face that was. "That's not an answer." "No," Ned agreed, "but it's a promise, and I keep those." And Brander, behind them, exhaled in his sleep a gust of green-lit smoke that rolled along the cave roof and out into the cold, and the matter rested there for a few more years. Robb noticed his brother was often gone. He was 6, then 7, then 8, and he was not a stupid child, and Jon was his other half, his shadow and his rival and the boy he measured every day against. And when Jon began to vanish, a morning here, a night there, riding out with father and coming back mud-streaked and secretive and too tired for a boy who had only been riding, Robb noticed and Robb minded, and Robb, being a Stark, did not sneak or spy but came at it straight. "Where do you go?" he said, on a gray afternoon in the Godswood, the two of them wooden-sworded and winded, and Jon went still, as he had trained himself to go still, and lied. "Father's teaching me things, about the crypts, about the kings." Which was near enough true that it did not taste like a lie in his mouth, and that was the poison of it, Ned thought when Jon told him of the conversation later. The boy was learning to lie to the person he loved best in the world, and learning it young, and learning it well, and there was no way to teach a child to keep a deadly secret that did not also teach him that. Some nights that cost sat heavier on Ned than the dragons did. "You're a bad liar," Robb said cheerfully, which was the mercy of it, because it meant he had decided the lie was some game of fathers and not a wound between them. And he let it lie. And he loved his brother, and he watched him go with a puzzlement he was too proud and too loyal to press. It would be years before Robb learned what his brother had been carrying, and when he did, the first thing he would say, the very first, before the fear and before the wonder, was, "You could have told me. I would have carried it with you." And Jon, by then a man with a burnt realm at his feet, would have to explain that that was exactly why he could not, because Robb would have carried it, gladly, straight into the same grave Ned was trying to keep them all out of. Old Nan knew. Ned never told her. He did not have to. She was 100 years old, and she had forgotten more of the true old things than the Citadel had ever chained itself to learn. And she had been telling children about dragons under Winterfell for longer than there had been a Ned to hear it. And when 3 of them turned out actually to be under Winterfell, she took it. The ancient woman, with the equanimity of someone who has always half expected the stories to come true, and is mildly satisfied to be proven right. She caught Jon once with straw in his hair and a burn healing on his wrist, a curved burn the exact shape of a small dragon's careless jaw, and she looked at it, and she looked at the boy, and she said, "Feed the black one last, sweetling. The proud ones eat better when they've watched the others fed. It teaches them the world does not begin with their hunger." Jon stared at her. "I nursed 100 children in this castle," Old Nan said, "and buried most of them, and I know a thing that flies when I've smelled its breath on a boy. I'll not tell. Who would I tell? The stranger when he comes for me, and he'll not carry tales." She patted his cheek with a hand like a bundle of twigs. "You're carrying the old blood, child. The winged blood. I always said this castle was built on top of it. Nobody listens to Nan." And she cackled and shuffled off, and she kept the secret the rest of her days, which were not many. She died in her sleep the winter Jon turned 8, in the little room off the nursery, with the fire banked and her hands folded. Ned came to sit with the body before they took it down, and Maester Luwin said it was only her great age, that a heart that had beaten 100 years had simply, at last, stopped, and Ned believed him, because it was almost certainly true. But he sat with her a long while anyway, the oldest secret keeper in his house gone cold under a gray blanket, and he thought about how many graves a lie needed dug for it, and how you never knew, when you took the first shovel, how long the row would run. Jon wept for her honestly in front of everyone, and no one thought it strange, because everyone had loved old Nan. Only Ned knew Jon wept for 2 things. For the storyteller, and for the only person outside the 2 of them who had known what he was, and who had made it, for a few strange kind moments, feel less like a weight and more like an inheritance. There were 3 left who knew after Nan: Ned, Jon, and a mute smith named Torgen, whom Ned had bought out of a debtor's cell in White Harbor precisely, because the man could shoe a horse and hammer a hinge, and could not, having no tongue, tell any living soul what he saw when he brought the barrows of lamb and pig and, later, whole slaughtered cattle up the wolfswood track to the kettle. Torgen did not read. Torgen did not write. Torgen looked at 3 dragons the size of ponies eating a cow between them by torchlight, and crossed himself in the manner of the faith he'd been born to in the South, and then he went back to work. Because a man who has been in a debtor's cell has learned that the world is full of things larger than himself, and that the trick of surviving them is to keep your head down and your hands busy. Ned trusted him more than he trusted most lords. Torgen had less to gain by talking, and no way to do it. 4 souls, then, at the edge of the thing. It was too many. Ned knew it was too many. 2 men can keep a secret if one of them is dead, ran the saying, and here were 4 alive. And a 5th thing, the dragons themselves, that grew louder and larger and less hideable every single season. And a 6th thing, the boy's own face becoming his mother's, and a 7th, the world itself, which had a way of finding out what it most wanted not to know. He built defenses against all of it the only way a practical man can, which is by walling off the danger one course of stone at a time, and never letting himself look at the whole height of the wall at once. He forbade Sarah the daylight. She disobeyed twice in the 10th year, and both times he had to invent a hunting party to explain a report of a great pale bird over the long lake, and both times he came back from the lying tired in a way sleep would not mend. He kept the Kettle Road watched by men who thought they were watching for wolves. He let the small folk keep their offerings tree and their fear of the hill, because a superstition is a fence that costs nothing to maintain and turns aside more curiosity than any hedge of spears. He counted the lies cost in small coin, and told himself the small coin was affordable, and did not add the columns, because a man who adds the columns of a lie this size stops being able to sleep at all. And Ned had a castle to run and a son who was not his son to raise, and no leisure to be a man who could not sleep. And every autumn, when the first hard frost came down out of the north and the wolfswood went to iron, and the kettle steamed white against a white sky, he rode up alone to look at his sister's son among the 3 impossible animals. And every autumn the boy was larger and the dragons were larger and the world was, by every sign he could read, exactly as ignorant as the year before. And he let that ignorance be his harvest, and gathered it, and carried it home, and prayed to gods he had stopped quite believing in that it would keep 1 winter more. The world had troubles enough of its own in those years, which was the only reason the secret held as long as it did. The cold peace was not so much a peace as a held breath, and by the 9th year of it the breath had begun to shudder. Jon Arryn ruled in King's Landing over a council of frightened men, in the name of a crown that sat on no head, and the fiction of it wore thinner every season. There was no king. There was a chair. Men had ridden south to bend the knee to that chair and found it empty and gone home again to think dangerous thoughts, and the thinking of dangerous thoughts is a contagion, and it had begun to spread. In the west, Tywin Lannister paid his soldiers on time and his masons better and rebuilt the parts of King's Landing his own men had helped burn, and said nothing, and waited, because a lion that has learned patience is more dangerous than one that has not, and Tywin had spent 12 years learning it. His son the Kingslayer stood a white-cloaked guard over an empty throne and was hated for a killing that had, by every honest reckoning, saved 500,000 lives, and drank, and said less than his father. In the Reach the roses grew fat, and Mace Tyrell hosted tourneys and pretended the realm was well, and his mother watched from behind her wimple and counted, the way Tywin counted, though she counted different things. In Dorne, the Martells nursed a grief that had gone from a wound to a stone in the 12 years since a mountain of a man had done murder in a burning keep, and Prince Doran said patience to his brother Oberyn every year, and every year Oberyn believed him a little less. And across the narrow sea, in the free city of Pentos, in the manse of a fat perfumed cheesemonger, a silver-haired boy of 16 named viceroys of House Targaryen told anyone who would listen that he was the rightful king of Westeros, that his people were waiting for him behind every wall from the wall to the broken arm, that he would come home one day with an army and take back the Iron Throne his father had bled on, and that his dragons, for Targaryens always came back with dragons. Everyone knew it. It was the whole shape of the story. His dragons would remind the realm what it had forgotten to be afraid of. He had a sister, a girl of 8, silver as he was, who kept quiet and kept close and had learned early that her brother's rages came without warning. Viceroys had no dragons. Viceroys had a jeweled circlet he had not sold only because he could not bear to, and a set of grievances polished bright as the circlet, and a certainty that history owed him a debt it was, any day now, about to pay. He did not know that history had already paid the debt, in full, to a bastard boy in the far cold north, whose existence he had never so much as suspected. That was the joke of it, the deep joke that ran under all those years, and no one alive was positioned to laugh at it. That the Targaryen restoration everyone in Westeros either dreaded or dreamed of, the return of fire and blood to the Game of Thrones, was not being plotted in a Pentoshi manse or a Dornish water garden or a lord's whispered council. It was happening in a cave under a hill called the Kettle, 3 dragons and 1 grave northern child at a time, and its author did not want it, and its subject did not know his own name. The crack, when it came the way cracks always come, not from the direction anyone was watching. There was a shepherd named Hod who ran a few dozen head on the marches of the wolfswood, a hard, poor, honest man with a hard, poor, honest family. And in the autumn of the 9th year, Hod lost 4 sheep in a single night, and then a 5th, and he was not the sort to lose sheep quietly. He sat up with a spear the 6th night in the cold at the edge of the tree line, and near the black hour he saw it. He would tell it in the alehouse in Wintertown a fortnight later, drunk and shaking and sober enough underneath to be believed. A thing had come out of the wolfswood, low over the snow, a thing the size of a plow-horse but wrong-shaped with wings that beat the air with a sound like a sail cracking full in a gale. And it had taken his best ewe off the ground the way a hawk takes a mouse, straight up, screaming, and it had gone back into the trees, and where it passed the snow had steamed. A wolf, some said, laughing, a big owl, a liver full of ale and a head full of old Nan stories. But Hod did not laugh, and Hod had never in his life told a tale before, and there were 3 other men at that table who had seen strange lights over the Kettle these last 2 winters and had told no one, and now they told quietly, and the telling ran. It ran the way such things run. From the alehouse to the market, from the market to the septry, from a wandering brother of the faith who wrote things down to a letter, carried south with a wolfactor's accounts, and from there, eventually, to a place where such letters were read with great attention by men whose whole profession was the reading of small strange things, and the assembling of them into large true ones. Ned learned of Hod within the day, because Ned had spent 9 years building a net of ears in his own lands for exactly this, and he did the only thing there was to do. He rode to Hod's holding himself, alone, and he sat at the man's poor fire, and he did not threaten him and he did not deny it, because Hod was not a fool and a great lord riding out alone to a shepherd's croft to deny a story is a lord confirming it. Instead, he told Hod a different truth, the way you fight a fire by lighting a smaller one to eat its fuel. You saw something, Ned said. I believe you saw it. There are old things in the wolfswood, Hod, older than my house, and your family has lived beside them longer than mine has ruled here, and both our families have lived by the same wisdom. You leave the offerings at the tree, and you do not climb the kettle, and you keep your eyes down and your mouth shut, and the old things keep the peace. That's the bargain your grandfather kept and his before him. You broke it by sitting up with a spear. Don't break it further by carrying tales to men in the south who will come north with torches and burn out something that has never once, in all the years your people have lived beside it, done worse than take a few sheep in a hungry autumn. He put a purse on the man's table, heavy, more than the sheep were worth 10 times over, for the ewes. And I'll send you 6 more from the Winterfell flocks, and set my own men to warding your marches this winter, and in return you'll tell the alehouse you were drunk and saw an owl, and you'll believe it yourself, because a man who guards the old bargain lives long and dies warm, and a man who breaks it does neither. Hod looked a long time at the purse and a longer time at his lord's gray, unblinking eyes, and he was a shepherd on the marches of a haunted wood, and he had been raised on the exact bargain Ned named, and it cost him nothing to believe a thing he already 3/4 believed. He took the silver. He told the alehouse he'd been drunk. And it might even have held, it very nearly held, except that the letter to the south had already gone, weeks before, folded in a wolfactor's accounts, and there is no writing down a letter that has 3 weeks' start on you. The letter reached a spider in the spring. Varys the eunuch had no love and no house and no country and no member and, some said, no true face, and he had exactly one loyalty, which he named the realm, and which was in truth a certain shape of the realm that lived only in his own careful head. And he read a very great deal of correspondence that other men imagined private. He read the wolfactor's accounts because he read everything that came north to south along that particular thread. And he read the marginal note a septry brother had appended about lights over a northern hill and a shepherd's winged beast. And where another reader would have laughed, Varys did not laugh, because Varys never laughed at the 2 subjects he took most seriously in all the world, and one of those subjects was dragons. He did not run to Jon or Rin with it. Varys never ran, and he never gave a true thing away for free when a false thing would do, and he had learned across a long and bloody career that a secret is a coin that spends better the longer you hold it. He simply had a small notation made in a cipher of his own devising, in a ledger no one else would ever read, under a heading he kept for improbabilities that had begun faintly to smell of truth. North, wolfswood, winged beast steam lights 3 winters running, Stark suppresses. Query, why would Eddard Stark of all the lords in the realm trouble to suppress a shepherd's owl? And then he began, quietly as he began everything, to send certain of his little birds north, to sing and to listen and to bring back what they heard. That was the crack. It did not look like a crack. It looked like a line of cipher in a ledger in a windowless room half a continent away from a cave under a hill. One small strange thing noticed by the one man in Westeros, whose whole art was the assembling of small strange things into large true ones. But it was the crack, and through it in time the whole cold weight of the realm would come pouring, torches and armies and kings. Who weren't, all of it converging on a gray boy who was, that very spring, turning 10 and learning to feed the black one last, and beginning to have a new kind of dream. Not the dream of hatching, not the dream of the cave, but a dream of a high place and a wide burning country under his wings, and a voice that kept saying the name that was not Jon, over and over, patient as a wall, patient as Brander, patient as fire, waiting for the day he would finally turn and ask it what it meant. Chapter 2, and Chapter 3. What the dragons told him. The first time Jon flew he was 10 years old, and he did not decide to do it. Nyrax decided for both of them. He had come up to the kettle in the dark of a moonless night in the winter of his 11th year, ostensibly to help Torgen with the feeding, in truth because the dreams had grown too loud to sleep through, and the only cure for the dreams was to go and be near the thing that sent them. The dragons were the size of small barns now. Nyrax could not have entered the cave if the cave had not been a hill with a hollow heart. He lived at the mouth of it. On a shelf of stone he had scored smooth with his own belly over 3 winters. And when Jon came up the track that night, the black dragon was awake and waiting, coiled with his wings half spread and his coal eyes burning low, and he had the look about him. Jon knew the look the way you know weather coming, of a thing that has made up its mind. "No," Jon said, out loud uselessly in the cold. "It's too soon. Father says it's too soon." Nyrax lowered his head to the height of a boy and breathed out, and the breath rolled over Jon warm as summer, reeking of iron and ash. And in it, under it, threaded through the animal reek, came the other thing, the thing that lived in the dreams, the pull, the invitation, the ancient patient certainty that this was what they were for. Jon put his hand on the great black snout because he could not help it, because the pull went through the skin of his palm and up his arm, and into the old chamber of his chest where the fever key had lived since he was 5. And it turned the key, and there was no more question of too soon. There was only the black neck lowering, and the wing coming down like a drawbridge of leather and bone, and a boy of 10 climbing it hand over hand into the notch at the base of that neck, where the muscle rose on either side like the shoulders of a mountain, and fitting himself there as though the place had been carved for him before there were mountains, because in a manner of speaking it had. Then Nyrax fell off the shelf, and the world dropped out from under the bottom of Jon's stomach, and they were flying. He would spend the rest of his life failing to describe it, and he would meet in that life poets and meisters and bravosi and the greatest liars of 3 continents, and none of them could describe it either, so he stopped being ashamed of failing. The nearest he ever came was this. That flying was the discovery that the ground had been a wound the whole time, and he had been walking around on the wound his whole life without knowing, and now the wound had let him go. The first plunge off the shelf was pure falling, black pine tops rushing up, and then the wings caught, not gently, nothing about Nyrax was gentle. They cracked open with a boom that flattened the treetops in a ring below them and slammed Jon down into the notch of the neck so hard his teeth clicked, and the fall became a climb, and the climb became the whole sky. Cold. That was the first true thing. Cold like a knife drawn flat across every inch of him at once. Cold that would have killed a grown man in an hour. And it did not touch him, because the dragon under him ran hot as a forge, and the heat came up through the scales, and through his hands and his thighs, and made a bubble of summer around a boy riding the top of the winter world. He learned that in the first minute and never forgot it. The cold could not have him while the fire carried him. There was a lesson folded inside that, and he was too young to unfold it, and it would wait. Below and behind, Winterfell was a scatter of orange sparks in a black bowl, smaller than his hand, and the Kingsroad was a gray thread, and the wolfswood was a black sea, and the long lake when they came over it was a sheet of hammered silver under stars so thick and near that Jon put up one hand into the freezing wind to touch them and laughed, alone, 10 years old, a mile above the earth, laughing into a wind that tore the sound to rags before it left his mouth. Nyrax banked. The whole world tilted and swung on the axis of one black wingtip, and Jon did not fall, because the notch held him and the pull held him, and some old competence he had never been taught rose up in his hands and his balance, and told him how to lean into the turn, how to move with the vast machine of muscle beneath him, how to be not a passenger but a part. Sarah came up off the kettle behind them, drawn by the noise or the joy or the simple refusal to be left, pale and quick and shrieking her griddle shriek, and she cut across their wake and rolled belly up under them, showing the frost white of her throat, and dived away laughing in the only way a dragon laughs. And Brander, far below, too heavy and too content to bother, lifted his bronze head off the shelf and watched them go and did not follow, and blew a single ring of green fire into the dark to say he had seen. They flew until the eastern sky bruised gray, and then Nyrax brought them down onto the shelf without being asked, because he knew as well as Jon did what the daylight meant. And Jon slid down the wing on legs that would not hold him and lay in the scored stone and the reek and the warmth, and looked up at the fading stars and understood, in the wordless certain way the dreams had been trying to teach him for years, 3 things at once: that he was not what he had been told he was, that the men who had walked and ridden their whole lives on the wound of the ground would fear this, and rightly, and that he did not want to give it up, and never would, whatever it cost, and that this last thing was the most dangerous discovery of the night, more dangerous than the flying, because it was the one his father had been trying for 5 years to keep him from making. Ned knew by his face at breakfast. He said nothing across the board, with Robb between them and Sansa and little Arya and the baby, with Catelyn pouring, with the ordinary machinery of a lord's morning grinding on. He waited until the yard, until he could put Jon on a horse beside him under the pretext of inspecting the northern watchtowers, and take him out the gate and a mile up the King's Road into the empty white before he reined in and looked at his sister's son. "You flew." Jon did not lie. He had learned to lie to everyone in the world except this one man, and he kept that one honesty like a coin sewn into a hem. Nyrax decided, "I didn't." "That's a child's answer, and you're too old for it." "You climbed the wing, you could have climbed down." Ned's breath smoked in the cold, his horse stamped. "Do you know what you're holding, Jon? Do you understand it yet, or are you still at the stage of thinking it's a wonder?" "It's both," Jon said, and something in the flat sureness of it made the man go quiet, because it was the truest and oldest thing anyone had said to him about the whole business in 11 years, truer than his own fears, truer than Lyanna's dying whisper. It was both. The wonder and the weapon were the same object and always had been, and only a child or a coward pretended otherwise, and Ned Stark had spent 5 years being, in this one matter, a little of both. "Listen to me." He brought his horse alongside so their knees nearly touched, so there was no wind to steal it. "There will come a day when men learn what you are and what you carry. I have kept that day off you as long as I can, and I will keep it off you longer if the gods are kind, but I am not a fool and neither are you, so hear me now, while it's still just the two of us and a cold road. On that day the whole weight of the world is going to reach for you, and it will not reach for the wonder. It will reach for the weapon. Kings and lords and men who have never seen your face will decide, in an afternoon, that you must be theirs or you must be dead, because a thing that can burn a castle in a morning cannot be allowed to belong to itself. And the only shield you will have against every one of them, the only one, Jon, mark me, is not the dragons. It's what's in you. It's whether when the fire is in your hand and a man is on his knees in front of you, you remember that you're a Stark, and that we do not burn men who are on their knees." Jon looked at his father a long time. Somewhere off in the white a raven called 3 times and went silent. "You keep saying I'm a Stark," he said, slowly, watching his father's face as he had learned to watch dragons for weather. "But you won't tell me who my mother was, and old Nan called the blood in me winged, and no Stark in 1,000 years ever hatched a dragon. So which is it, father? Am I a Stark, or am I the thing you're afraid of?" The question hung between them in the smoking cold, and Ned Stark, who did not lie, who had built his whole ruin and his whole honor on not lying, and who had been lying to this child every single day for 11 years, opened his mouth and closed it, and for one moment the boy saw all the way down into him, down to the locked room and the promise and the grave with the wrong name on it. Then Ned mastered his face the way a man masters a flinching horse. "Both," he said, giving the child his own word back to him, and it was the closest to the truth he had come in 11 years, and it was still a coward's answer, and they both knew it. "You're both, Jon, and the day you learn how, I'll tell you the rest. I swear it on your mother's grave, wherever men think it is." He turned his horse. "Come, before Luwin sends riders and we have to invent a reason we're weeping on the King's Road, which we are not because Starks don't." They rode back. Neither of them wept. But something had changed on that road that would not change back, and it was this. Jon had asked the true question at last, out loud, and his father had not been able to answer it, and both of them now knew that the answer was coming, and that it was going to be terrible, and that the not knowing had a bottom, and they had just felt their feet touch it. The danger, when Ned finally caught its scent, was not in the wolfswood. It had come in through his own gate on 2 feet, smiling with clean hands. Her name was Wisa, a laundress hired the autumn before out of a party of Southrun traders wintering in Wintertown, and she was good at her work and pleasant to the household, and asked, over the wash-tubs, the small idle questions that laundresses ask: whose linens these were, and why the young bastard's small clothes came back so often singed and stinking of wood smoke, and where the boy went of a night that his boots should be caked to the knee in the pale mud that only lay along the kettle track. She asked them of the kitchen girls, who knew nothing and said so, and of the stable boys, who knew nothing and boasted much. And she wrote none of it down because she could not write, but she kept it the way a magpie keeps bright things, and every quarter a wool factor's boy came through with thread for the household, and left with a knotted cord she gave him for his mother, and the knots in the cord were a language, and the language went south. Maester Lewin found her out in the end, by accident and arithmetic. He kept the household books, and he noticed that a laundress who could not write had asked the steward twice to have letters read to her that had come addressed in no hand the Maester recognized, and he mentioned it to Ned as he mentioned everything mildly over the evening accounts, and watched his lord go very still over a column of figures about barley. Ned did not have the woman hanged. He wanted to. A colder man would have and slept. Instead he had her brought to the solar, and he sat across from her and let the silence do its work. And when she had told him 3 lies, he told her one truth, which was that he knew what she was and knew she had a daughter of 9 in Wintertown, and that he was not the kind of lord who hanged mothers or their daughters, and that she was going to walk south in the morning with her girl and a purse, and carry to whoever paid her a message from Eddard Stark. That there was nothing in the north worth the dying, and that men who went looking for wonders in cold places usually found only the cold. She took the purse. She walked south, and Ned sat afterward in the dark solar and understood that the message would be read exactly backwards from how he meant it, that a lord who bribes and spares a spy instead of hanging her is a lord confirming he has something to protect, and that he had bought his household perhaps a year, and had paid for the year by telling the spider, in the only language the spider trusted, that the rumor was true. There was no clean move left on the board. He had known it since the crypt. He was only now learning how few moves were left at all. The raiders came in the spring, and they made Jon's decision easier and worse at the same time, which is the way of such things. They were not wildlings, though the singers would later say they were, because wildlings made a cleaner story. They were deserters, men of the Night's Watch who had climbed the wall and come south, 31 of them by the count that was made afterward, hard-starved men in black rags with black hearts to match, and they had come down out of the gift, and through the new gift, and into the northern villages, the way a sickness comes down a valley, and they had done to a holdfast called sheepshorn the things that starving oath-breakers do to a holdfast with no lord near and no walls to speak of. Ned had the word at dusk, and the muster would take 2 days, and sheepshorn did not have 2 days, and he stood in his solar with the raven's message in his fist and the arithmetic of it plain and ugly on his face, and Jon, 11 years old, standing in the doorway where he had not been invited, said, "I can be there before the moon's up. Number, father, 2 days for the muster. I can be over sheepshorn before you've saddled the first horse. You know I can. And what will you do when you are over it?" Ned came around the table. "Burn them. Burn 30 men from a mile up and the holdfast with them, and whatever poor souls are still alive inside it. You've never killed anything but game, Jon. You don't know what it is. I know what it is. I have carried it 30 years and it does not get lighter. You are 11. They're killing people right now," Jon said, and his voice did not rise, which was worse than if it had, because it meant the flat sureness was on him again, the thing that frightened Ned more than the dragons did. "While we talk about whether I'm old enough, there are children in sheepshorn my sister's age. Tell me the number, father. Tell me how many of them die in the 2 days it takes your honor to decide I'm ready, and I'll wait exactly that long and not a breath longer. There is a thing that happens between a father and a son once, at a certain age, when the son says a true thing the father cannot answer, and both of them hear the old order of the world quietly break. It happened in the solar at Winterfell that night. Ned Stark looked at his sister's son and understood that he had run out of years, that the day he had been keeping off the boy had arrived not with an army but with 30 starving oath-breakers, and that he could forbid this and be obeyed and let children die for the principle of the thing. Or he could let the weapon he had raised go out into the world for the first time and learn what it cost in front of him, where he could at least stand beside it. "You take Nyrax," he said, and his voice had gone to gravel. "Not the others. One is enough and one is quieter. You go dark. No fire over the villages, none, you hear me. Not one flame where a small folk eye can see it and start the story we've spent 5 years drowning. You come down on them at sheepshorn and nowhere else. And Jon." He caught the boy by the back of the neck as he had when Jon was small and pulled their foreheads nearly together. "The ones who run, you let run. The ones who throw down their blades and kneel, you let kneel, and you bring them to me for the king's justice, which is a rope, not a fire. You burn only the ones still killing. Swear it to me, swear it on the mother you keep asking after." "I swear it," Jon said. He kept half the oath. He would remember, for the rest of his life, exactly which half. Sheepshorn burned that night, but not from the sky. The oath-breakers had fired the thatch themselves, for warmth and for sport, before Jon ever came over the ridge, so that when Nyrax dropped out of the black onto the holdfast, the place was already a orange sore in the dark, and the screaming was already old. Jon came in low and silent, the way his father had bid him, and he saw it all in the flat red light. The broken door, the bodies in the yard that were not moving and the ones that still were, the men in black rags going about their work with the unhurried ugliness of men who believe no one is coming. He saw a girl no older than Arya run from the well toward the trees and a man in black step out and take her by the hair. He did not decide exactly. He would tell himself later, in the long accounting he made of his own soul on nights he could not sleep, that he did not decide, that the fire went out of Nyrax the way a shout goes out of a man who has seen his sister struck. But that was a mercy he granted himself, and he knew it for a mercy, because the truth was that some cold, clean part of him had done the arithmetic his father had taught him, the one still killing, and had marked the man with the girl's hair in his fist as one of those, and had opened its hand. The fire that came out of Nyrax was not the ribbon he had made as a hatchling. It was a river. It was the hole inside of a forge poured out of the sky in a single roaring column that turned the frozen mud of the yard to glass, and the man with the girl's hair to a black shape that stood 1 instant longer than it had any right to, and then was not there. The girl lived. Jon had judged the distance and the wind and the fall of the flame in the half-second he had to judge them, and the girl lived and the man did not, and the doing of it was so easy, so clean, so exactly like the thing he had been born and hatched and dreamed toward for 11 years, that the ease of it was the thing that frightened him, later, more than the killing. Some of the oath-breakers ran. He let them run as he had sworn. Some threw down their blades in the glassed and steaming yard, and fell to their knees with their hands over their heads, and screamed for mercy to the shape on the black dragon they could not see clearly against the stars. And those he did not burn, and he was proud of that afterward and clung to it. But there were men who kept killing even then, even with a dragon over them, men so far down into the red work that the sky opening up above them did not reach them, and one of them had a woman by the throat against the well stones with a knife, using her, in that last moment, as a shield or a bargain or simply because cruelty had become the only shape his hands still knew, and Jon burned him, and the woman with him, because there was no fire in the world fine enough to take the one and spare the other at that range in that dark, and he knew it when he opened Nyrax's mouth, and he did it anyway, because the alternative was to let the knife finish and call his own clean hands a virtue over her corpse. That was the half of the oath he broke, not the kneeling men. Her. He had sworn to burn only the ones still killing, and she had not been killing, and she had burned. His father had not made him swear about her because it had not occurred to his father that the world would put her there. The world always put her there. That was the lesson of sheepshorn, and Jon carried it down off the ridge at 11 years old and never once, in all the years and all the fires that came after, managed to put it down. 22 oath-breakers died at sheepshorn. 6 ran and were caught within the fortnight by Ned's riders and hanged at the Kingsroad decently by the neck, for the king's justice, exactly as Ned had wanted. 3 knelt and were spared and sent to the wall to finish the oaths they had broken, which was its own kind of mercy and its own kind of cruelty. 41 souls of sheepshorn were dead before Nyrax ever crossed the ridge, and 19 lived because he did. And one girl who had been dragged by the hair toward the trees grew up to be a woman who told her grandchildren, who did not believe her, that a black star had fallen on the night the bad men came, and had eaten the bad men and had spared her, and had flown away north without ever showing its face, and that she had felt in the heat of its passing that it was sorry. She was not wrong about the last part. That was the strangest thing of all. Jon flew home over the black wolfswood with his hands shaking on the hot scales and the smell of it in his hair. And Nyrax, the proud one, the wrathful one, the one who wanted the world to belong to him and the boy and no one else, flew slow and steady the whole way and did not once climb or roll or play, as though he knew. The dragon that was half of Jon's own soul had felt the woman burn too, and was carrying them both home gently, because that was the only mercy left to give. Ned was waiting on the kettle shelf in the gray before dawn, on foot, alone, a lantern at his feet, and he did not ask what had happened because he could see it. He had seen it on other faces in other dawns after other fires. He held up his arms and Jon came down off the wing and into them, 11 years old and a mile of killing behind him, and Ned held him while he shook and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that was not a lie, and he had told the boy enough lies. There was a woman, Jon said at last into his father's cloak. By the well. He had her. I couldn't, the fire's not fine enough. I burned them both. You didn't make me swear about her. Ned closed his eyes. No, he said. I didn't. Because I was a coward and I thought if I didn't say her out loud she wouldn't be there. She's always there, Jon. That's the whole of it. That's the thing under the throne and the crown and the songs. There is always a woman by the well, and the fire is never fine enough. And the men who tell you otherwise are the ones who have never had to open their hand. He held the boy out at arm's length and looked at him in the lantern light, at the gray eyes gone old, at Lyanna's face, wearing a grief that no 11-year-old should have to wear. You did what I could not have done at your age and would not want to have done at any age. You saved 19 people and a girl who will live to be old, and it cost you a woman by a well, and you'll carry her the rest of your life. And if you ever stop carrying her, if there ever comes a day you can open that hand and feel nothing, that's the day you've become the thing I've been afraid of since the crypt. Not before. Do you understand me? The carrying is the difference. The carrying is the whole difference between a king and a dragon. Jon understood him. He was 11 and he understood him completely, which was the tragedy of it. And he would spend the next 6 years proving that he had understood, in blood and fire from the neck to the Blackwater. And the carrying would grow to a weight that bent him. And he would never, not once, not on the worst nights, put it down. Far to the south, in a windowless room, a fat, soft-handed man read a new report from a little bird who had wintered near the long lake, a report of a black star falling on sheepshorn and eating the men who'd done the killing and flying away north, and a shepherd's owl grown suddenly into something that a spider could no longer file under improbable. Varys read it twice. Then he burned it, which he did only with the reports he intended never to forget, and he sat a while in the dark, and he thought, in the patient bloodless way he thought about everything. So, there is a dragon in the north after all, and Eddard Stark is hiding it, and Eddard Stark does not hide things for himself. Which means he hides it for someone. which means the boy the whole realm forgot to look for was looked after all and found and kept. And he began that night to write the letters that would carry the secret out of the north at last, one careful whisper at a time, toward the ears that would turn whispers into armies. Chapter 3 in Chapter 4. The Truth of the Tower. Jon was 12 the day his father finally answered the question, and he had stopped asking it a year before, which was the thing that made Ned know it was time. A child who asks and asks can be put off. A child who stops asking has begun to build his own answer in the dark, out of scraps and silences, and the answer a child builds unsupervised is always worse than the truth, because a child has no mercy on himself. Ned had watched it happen across that 12th year. He had watched Jon quit the question the way a man quits a wound that will not heal, and start to carry himself like someone who had decided he was a thing to be ashamed of, and had made his peace with being one. He was courteous to Lady Stark and gentle with his sisters, and a shield to Robb and a terror in the yard, where he had grown into a blade none of the older boys could touch. And underneath all of it, he had gone somewhere quiet and cold and closed, and Ned recognized the country he had gone into, because Ned lived there too. So on a gray morning in the autumn of the year 295, with the first snow spitting out of a low sky, Eddard Stark took his sister's son down into the crypt, alone, with a lantern and no explanation, and stopped him in front of the empty tomb with Lyanna carved above it and the space beneath where no bones lay. "You've asked me 11 years who your mother was," Ned said. "I'm going to tell you. And when I've told you, you'll understand why I couldn't, and you'll wish, some nights, that I never had. That can't be helped. You're old enough now that the not knowing has become the more dangerous of the two, and I've weighed them, Jon. I've weighed them every year on your name day, and this year the scale finally tipped." Jon looked at the empty grave and then at his father and said nothing, because he had learned from this man that silence was the strongest thing you could hold. "Lyanna Stark was my sister." Ned put his hand flat on the cold stone of her name. "Not a woman I knew, my blood. Your grandfather Rickard's daughter, betrothed to Robert Baratheon, the most beautiful and the most willful creature the North ever bred, and I loved her past since, and she is not in this grave. This grave is a lie I carved with my own coin, so the world would look at the wrong hole in the ground." His voice did not shake, but it had gone down to the register a man uses for the worst news, the flat, quiet register, and Jon knew it, because it was the register they had used on the kettle shelf after sheepshorn. "Your mother was Lyanna, my sister, which makes me not your father. It makes me your uncle and the only father you'll ever have, and both of those are true and neither cancels the other, and I need you to hold them both the way I've held them for 12 years. The lantern hissed. Somewhere water dripped in the dark. Jon's face had gone very still, the stark stillness, his mother's stillness, though he did not know it yet. "Then who," Jon said, "who was my father?" And Ned Stark, who had guarded this one sentence longer and harder than he had guarded any wall or any oath, who had let a war end in the wrong shape rather than speak it, who had carried it past the death of old Nan and the leaving of the spy and 1,000 nights of not sleeping, opened his hand on his sister's false grave and gave the boy the truth at last. Rhaegar Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone, the heir to the Iron Throne, silver-haired and sad and certain he was living inside a prophecy, and he loved my sister and she loved him, whatever the singers say about stealing, and they were wed, Jon, in secret, before a heart tree in the south with a septon and a witness, so that you were born no bastard at all. You were born a prince. Your name is not Jon. Your father named you before he rode to die at the Trident, and your mother spoke it to me with the last strength in her body and made me swear on it. Your name is Aegon, Aegon Targaryen, 6th of that name, and by every law of the 7 kingdoms you are the rightful king of Westeros, and I have spent 12 years hiding you inside a bastard, so that the men who would kill a king in his cradle would not know a king had been born." The silence after that went on a long time. Jon did not weep. Ned had half expected weeping and would have known what to do with it. Instead, the boy turned and looked at the empty grave, and the carved name of the woman who had died, bringing him into a war. And Ned watched 12 years of scraps and silences rearrange themselves behind those gray eyes into a shape too large for a child to hold. And hold it he did, because he had been holding the most dangerous secret in the world since he was 5, and he had grown a place inside himself the exact size of an impossible weight. "The dragons," Jon said at last, and his voice was steady, which was somehow the worst thing. "They were his, Rhaegar's. That's why they came to me. He carried the eggs south for reasons he never told anyone living. Your mother kept them. She pressed my hand to them when she gave me you and said they were yours, not the throne's. Yours." Ned turned him by the shoulder gently, away from the grave. "So now you have all of it, Aegon, who they call Jon Snow. You are the last prince of a burned house and the heir to a cold throne and the master of the only 3 dragons in the world. And you are 12 years old, and you have my sister's face, which is the thing that will get you killed faster than any dragon, because there are men still living who loved her and men still living who feared her, and both of them will know that face when they see it. That is why we hide. That is why we have always hidden. Do you understand me now? Do you understand what I've been so afraid of?" "Yes," Jon said. And then, because he was, under the impossible weight, still a boy and still this man's boy, "Did she love me at the end? Did she? Was there time? There was time." Ned's hand tightened on his shoulder. "The last thing your mother did in this world was give you a name and a promise and 3 dragons and make me swear to keep you alive. That's love, Jon. That's the whole of what love ever gets to be at the end. A name, a promise, and something to keep you warm in the dark. She gave you all 3. They stood together in the crypt of the kings of winter, the man who was not a father and the boy who was not a bastard. And above them the first snow of the year came down on Winterfell, and neither of them knew that 32 men were already 3 days into the wolfswood, moving north up the Kettle track by night, with orders to find out whether a rumor was true, and to make certain, whatever they found, that it never troubled the sleep of the men who had sent them again. For 3 days Jon carried the name the way a man carries a coal cupped in both hands, not daring to open them and not daring to keep them shut. Aegon. He said it to no one who breathed. He said it to the dragons. He went up to the kettle on the 2nd night and sat among the 3 of them in the warm dark and told them, out loud, in the plain northern speech Ned had raised him in, the whole of what his uncle had given him under the ground. That he was Rhaegar's, that the eggs had been Rhaegar's, that the man who had fathered him believed himself a verse in a prophecy, and had ridden into a river to die of it. Nyrax listened without stirring, coal eyes half-lidded, his great head laid along the stone a handspan from the boy, breathing forge heat, giving nothing back and missing nothing. Sarah paced the high ledges and would not settle. Brander slept, or seemed to, one bronze eye opening now and again to be certain the boy was still there. "He never came for me," Jon told them, which was a child's grievance, and he knew it and said it anyway. "He made me and named me and died and left me a lie and 3 eggs and a war. That's all I am to him. A move he played before he lost the board." The fire behind his ribs turned over, restless. "You're the only true thing he left, not the throne, you 3. That night he dreamed, and the dream was not the old one of hatching, nor the high burning country he knew by heart. He stood on a battlement he had never seen. Above a sea he had never seen, black water under a sky bruised the color of a healing wound, and beside him stood a man with silver hair and a sad mouth who would not look at him, who looked out at the water and spoke to the wind about a song, and a prince that was promised, and the 3 heads a dragon was owed. And Jon in the dream said, I'm not your prophecy. I'm not your song." The silver man turned then and looked down at him out of gray eyes, Jon's own gray eyes set wrong in that pale, sad face, and opened his mouth to answer, and no sound came, because the dead are given no last word, they are given only the words the living choose to hand them, and Jon had not yet decided what his father would be allowed to say. He thought about telling Robb. He thought about it hardest of all, because Robb was the one the secret had always most wanted to reach. The brother who would have taken half the weight onto his own back, and never once asked to put it down. But the telling was the single thing that could still get Robb killed, and Jon had spent 3 days learning that his mother's whole gift to him had been the keeping of the people she loved out of the fire. He would not spend that gift cheaply, not even to be less alone. So he held it, the way his uncle had held it, and understood the man better in the holding than 12 years under his roof had ever taught him. He woke on the shelf with Nyrax's wing spread over him like a roof of black leather, and the first thought that came, before the dream had finished draining, was that he did not have to be either of them, not the sad man on the battlement who had loved a prophecy better than his own blood, not the grandfather who had burned lords in his own hall for the music of it, a story every child in Westeros knew by heart. He could take the fire and leave the madness. He could take the name and refuse the song. That was the one thing a Stark could do that no Targaryen ever had, want the crown less than he wanted the realm beneath it kept whole. By the 3rd morning he had made his peace with the coal in his hands and opened them and found it had not burned him after all, only marked him, the way true things mark a man. That was the morning Sarah showed him the iron moving up the track. They were not, on the whole, bad men, which is the thing history forgets about the men who come to do the worst work. They were sellswords out of the disputed lands and broken hedge knights and 2 bravosi, and a captain named Lauret who had taken coin from a factor who had taken coin from a party who never showed his face, and paid through 3 cutouts precisely, so that no man in the company could ever say, under any question however sharp, who had truly bought them. That was the shape of the age. The cold peace had made a whole profession of deniable violence, of things done in the north on behalf of men in the south who would look you in the eye afterward, and swear on the 7 they had never heard of it. Lauret's orders were simple, and had been paid for in bravosi coin, the weight of which told him they were serious. Go north to a hill called the Kettle, learn whether the stories of a winged beast were true, and if they were true, learn whether the beast belonged to anyone, and if it belonged to anyone, kill that person, and everyone who could point to that person, and bring back the head of the beast if a beast could be killed, and if it could not, bring back word of exactly how large it had grown, because the men who paid needed to know the size of the thing before they decided how much of the realm to spend on it. They found the tree first, the split heart tree at the foot of the kettle with its weeping face, and the offerings the small folk left, and Lauret, who was not a religious man, felt the wrongness of the place the way animals feel weather. They found the track worn smooth by something heavy. They found at the tree line above the cave the bones, not the offerings' bones, the others. The ash heaps and the cracked cattle skulls and the black scorched circle 100 paces across where the grass would not grow, and a rib the length of a man that no cow had ever owned, and the reek, the old iron and lightning reek that got into the back of a man's throat and stayed. Lauret stood at the edge of the black circle in the failing light with 31 men behind him, gone very quiet, and he understood that the stories were true, and that the true thing was much larger than the coin he had been paid to face it, and he made the decision that got most of them killed, which was to go on anyway, because a sellsword who turns back with only rumors is a sellsword who does not get paid, and Lauret had debts. They came up on the cave mouth in the last gray light, crossbows spanned, and they found a boy, just a boy, 12 years old, sitting on a scored shelf of stone at the mouth of a black cave, whittling in a plain wool cloak with snow in his dark hair. And for one heartbeat, Lauret felt the whole thing tip toward the ordinary, a shepherd's son, a hermit's ward, a nothing. And he opened his mouth to call out. And then the boy lifted his head, and Lauret saw the eyes, gray and old and entirely unafraid of 32 armed men. And behind the boy, something moved in the dark of the cave that was the size of the cave. And Lauret's whole trade, 20 years of reading the moment a fight turns, told him in one cold, wordless flood that he had walked his company into the last mistake any of them would make. Take him, Lauret said anyway, because there was nothing else to say, and because a bought sword does not stop being bought just because the buyer was a fool. The boy. Alive if you, Nyrax came out of the cave. Jon had known they were coming since midday. Sarah had shown him as she had begun to show him things. A smear of impressions poured down the link between them from a mile up. Men, iron, the wrong smell, moving up the track, 30 and more careful killers. He had known, and he had sent Torgen down the back of the hill to Winterfell with word, and he had not run, and he had thought, sitting on the shelf with his knife and a stick and doing nothing, about the thing his father had told him 3 days before under the ground. Aegon, king, the rightful king of Westeros, sitting on a cold rock in the snow while men came to cut his throat for the crime of existing. He had turned it over and over. And by the time Lauret's company crested the tree line, Jon had come to the end of the turning and arrived somewhere his father would not have wanted him to arrive, which was this: that hiding had an end, and the end had just walked up his hill with crossbows, and a thing that is hunted in the dark forever eventually decides it would rather be feared in the light. He did not decide to loose Nyrax. He had learned since sheepshorn that the deciding and the not deciding were a lie he told himself, and he had stopped telling it. He simply opened the door in his chest that he kept shut, the one behind which the fire lived, and Nyrax, who had been coiled in the dark of the cave since noon with his coal eyes burning and his patience worn to a wire, came through the door and out into the snow with a sound like a mountain clearing its throat. The crossbows loosed. Jon heard the flat, multiple snap of them, and saw the bolts strike the black dragon and skip off his scaled breast like sewing needles thrown at a smith's anvil. And one caught in the soft skin at the joint of a wing, and Nyrax screamed. And the scream was the last ordinary sound on that hillside, because everything after it was fire. He would not remember it as a battle. A battle is a thing with 2 sides. This had one side and a mistake. Nyrax swept the tree line with a single turning breath, a scythe of red-black flame 20 feet high that took the crossbowmen on the left where they stood spanning their second bolts, and the snow under them went to steam, and the men under them went to shapes, and then to less than shapes, and the heat rolled back over Jon on the shelf and did not touch him, because the cold could not have him while the fire carried him. And he had learned that lesson at 10, and he understood the whole of it now. Sarah dropped out of the low cloud where she had been waiting since midday, silent, pale, and took the men who ran for the trees on the right, running them down out of the sky and breaking them the way a falcon breaks pigeons, one and one and one, precise, without heat, without waste. And Brander, patient Brander, who had not stirred from the cave, who ate more than the other 2 together and moved for nothing. Brander came out last and slow, and simply walked into the center of the company where Lauret stood trying to rally men who could not be rallied, and put his bronze bulk between the sellswords and the world, and breathed, once, a rolling wall of green-gold fire that closed the whole matter. It lasted the length of 200 heartbeats. Jon counted them afterward because he needed a number to hang the thing on, and 200 was the number he chose, and it was near enough. 29 men died in those 200 heartbeats on the shoulder of the kettle. 3 lived, because they had thrown down their weapons in the first 10 heartbeats and pressed their faces into the snow, and screamed for a mercy they had no right to expect. And Jon, 12 years old, standing on the shelf with the heat of 30 deaths washing over him and the smell of it in his hair, held the fire behind his teeth, and let those 3 live, because his father had made him swear about the kneeling men, and because the swearing was the only thing between him and the thing his father was afraid of. And he clung to it the way a falling man clings to a root. Loret was one of the 3. He knelt in the steaming snow with his face in the mud and his company burning around him and waited to die, and did not. And after a while a shadow fell across him and he looked up into the face of the boy, who had come down off the shelf and crossed the black glass of the yard on foot with a black dragon pacing at his shoulder like a hound the size of a house. "Who sent you?" Jon said. "I don't know." Loret's voice came out cracked. "That's the truth, boy, the God's truth. I never saw his face. 3 factors and Bravosi coin and no name, that's how it's done now. That's how it's always done. I believe you." And the terrible thing, the thing Loret carried the rest of his short life, was that the boy did believe him, and it changed nothing, because belief was not the currency of that hillside. You came to cut the throat of a child in the snow for money you can't even name the source of. I'm going to let you live, and I want you to understand precisely why, because it isn't mercy. It's arithmetic. Jon crouched down to Loret's level, 12 years old, gray-eyed, calm as the grave his uncle had shown him 3 days before. "You're going to walk south, you and your 2 men, and you're going to tell everyone you can reach exactly what you saw here. Not a rumor, not a shepherd's owl. You're going to tell them there are 3 dragons in the north full-grown, that one of them shrugged off your bolts like rain, and that they answer a boy, and that the boy let you live only so that you could carry the telling. I'm done being hidden. My whole life I've been hidden, and hiding just teaches the world to send men in the dark, so I'm going to be seen instead. You're my raven, Loret. Fly south and tell the men who buy sellswords that the age of buying them cheap is over." That was the day the secret ended. Not in a council chamber or a throne room or a lord's whispered plan, but on a burnt hillside, at the decision of a boy of 12 who had learned that morning who he truly was, and decided by evening that he would rather the world know it than keep sending assassins up his hill. Loret walked south with 2 men and a message, and the message ran ahead of him and behind him and outran him entirely, the way such things do, and by the time he reached a town large enough to have a maester the story was already there, grown in the telling, and it did not need him at all. Ned reached the kettle at first light with 40 riders and found his sister's son sitting on the shelf among the cooling dead, wrapped in the same plain cloak, whittling the same stick, as though nothing had happened and everything had. "You were to send Torgen and stay hidden in the cave," Ned said, dismounting. His riders hung back at the tree line, white-faced, staring at the 29 at the black glass, at the 3 enormous shapes drowsing in the snow with full bellies. "You were to let them find nothing." "That was the plan, Jon. Give them nothing and they carry nothing and the story stays a story. The plan was never going to work." Jon did not look up from the stick. "It hasn't worked for a year, father. You bought us time with the laundress and the shepherd, and I know it and you know it, and time runs out. They'll never stop coming. You can't hide a thing this size in a world this small forever, and every year you try, they send more men, and one year the men get lucky, or one year they come to Winterfell instead of the kettle and it's Robb on the ground, or Arya, and I'm a mile away pretending to be a bastard." Now he looked up, and Ned saw his sister's eyes gone to iron. "You told me 3 days ago I'm a king. You've been telling me my whole life I'm a Stark. A Stark protects his people and a king protects his realm, and I can't protect anyone from inside a lie. So I've decided. I'm done hiding. Not to take a throne, I don't care about the chair. I've never sat in a chair that wasn't cold stone in a tomb. I'm done hiding because hiding gets the people I love killed instead of me, and I won't have it. I'd rather stand in the open where they have to come at me and not at Bran in his cradle." Ned Stark looked at the 29 dead men and the 3 dragons and his sister's son, and he understood that the thing he had been keeping off the boy for 12 years had not been the truth of his birth at all. It had been this decision, this exact moment, when the weapon he had raised looked up from a burnt hillside and told him, gently in his mother's voice, that it was done being a secret and had chosen, all on its own, to be a shield instead, and that Ned could stand beside it or under it, but he could no longer stand in front of it because it had grown taller than him in the night, the way suns do, the way fires do. "If you do this," Ned said slowly, "there is no undoing it. The realm will divide over you before you've drawn a single banner. Half will want to use you and half will want to burn you, and every last one will lie about which. You'll spend the rest of your life in a war you didn't start, over a throne you say you don't want, and men will die in numbers you can't imagine now, and some of them will be men you love, and you'll have to give the orders anyway. That's what a king is, Jon. A king is the man who gives the order and then carries the dead. Are you old enough to carry the dead?" "No," Jon said honestly. "But you told me the carrying is the whole difference between a king and a dragon. So I'll carry them, and every night I can't sleep for the weight of them. That'll be how I know I'm still your son and not just his. And if I ever can sleep." He set down the stick and the knife and stood up, 12 years old, on a hill of the dead in the falling snow, and for a moment he was so entirely Lyanna that Ned had to look away. "If I ever can sleep easy over the dead, father, then you have my leave to do the thing you almost did in the crypt when I was 5. I saw you draw the knife. I've always known. If I ever stop carrying them, use it." Ned did not answer that. There was no answer to it that a man could give and still breathe. He crossed the black glass and took his sister's son in his arms among the dead, and behind them Nyrax lifted his great head and watched, coal-eyed, patient, and did not come between them this time, because the boy was not the boy any more, and the dragon knew it, and so now did the man. Below them in the south the snow was falling too, on the Twins and the Trident and the Rock and the ruin of King's Landing and the cold empty throne, and a broken lord in Storm's End was dreaming his ruined dreams, and none of them knew yet that a boy had made a decision on a northern hill that would reach every one of them before the year was old. But they would learn. Loret was already walking south with the telling, and the telling, once loosed, is a thing even a dragon cannot call back. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. Banners in the snow. The telling reached the north before it reached anyone, because the north was where it started, and by the spring of 296 there was not a holdfast between the wall and the neck that had not heard some version of it. That the Stark bastard was no bastard, that he kept dragons under a hill, that he had burned a company of Southrun killers to grease on the shoulder of the kettle, and sent 3 of them home to say so. The versions disagreed on everything except the dragons. Everyone agreed about the dragons. A thing that is true has a particular weight in the mouth, and the small folk knew that weight when they felt it, and they had felt it in this. Ned had known it would come to a council. He had known since the burnt hillside, watching his sister's son whittle a stick among 29 dead men, that the choice had passed out of his hands and into the boy's, and that his own remaining work was not to prevent the thing but to shape it, to give it whatever spine of Stark order he could before the fire got loose in the wider world. So he did the thing a warden of the north does when the ground shifts under the whole of his country. He called his bannermen to Winterfell. They came through a wet gray spring, over roads still greasy with the last of the snow, and they came in strength, because a summons in a year like this one was not a summons a careful lord answered lightly. The great Jon Umber, came down from the last hearth with 300 men, and a voice you could hear across a river. Roose Bolton came up from the Dreadfort with a smaller retinue and a stiller face, the pale-eyed lord who never raised that voice above the volume of a man discussing the weather, and whose men called him, when they were sure he could not hear, the leech. Wyman Manderley rolled up the White Knife Road from White Harbor in a litter it took 6 horses to draw, 400 pounds of shrewdness and appetite, with his galley's worth of merchant sense folded into the fat. Rickard Karstark, grim and grieving by nature. Meej Mormont of Bear Island, who had put more men in the ground with a spiked mace than most of the lords with swords. The Glovers of Deepwood Mott, the Serwins, the Hornwoods, the Tallhearts, the Flints and the Riswells, and the mountain clans down out of the high cold country in their furs. By the 3rd day of the 3rd moon, there were near 2,000 fighting men camped in and around Winterfell, and a great hall full of lords who had all heard the same story, and none of them believed, and none of them dared not believe. Ned did not argue the thing to them. He had learned young that arguing a wonder only makes men dig into their doubt. He let them eat and drink and mutter for one night, and on the 2nd morning he took the whole quarrelsome host of them out the hunter's gate onto the wide white field north of the castle, 2,000 men and 40 lords stamping and steaming in the cold, and he stood his sister's son in front of them on the trampled snow, 13 years old in a plain gray cloak, and he said, loudly enough to carry, "You've come to learn whether the story is true. I'll not tell you. He will show you." And he stepped back and left the boy alone in the middle of the field with 2,000 doubting men, and looked up. They came out of the low cloud together, which they had never done for anyone but Jon, and would never do for anyone else. Later, the men who were on that field would spend the rest of their lives trying to make their families understand it, and they would all fail in the same way, because there are sights the tongue was simply never built to carry. They would say the cloud tore. That was the nearest any of them came. The low gray ceiling of the sky, that had hung sodden over the north all spring, tore open along a seam none of them had seen, and out of the wound in it came first Sarah, pale as the snow she flew over, so that for an instant she was only a ripple in the white, a trick of the eye, and then she banked and the frostlight caught the silver of her, and 2,000 men made a single sound. Then Nyrax, black against the gray, vast, unhurried, dropping through the torn cloud with his wings spread to their full reach, which was wider now than the length of the great hall's roof, red fire guttering at the corners of a mouth that could have taken a horse and rider whole, and last and lowest and largest, brander, bronze and green, coming down not in a dive but in a long descending glide that put the shadow of him across the entire field at once, across all 2,000 of them, so that every man there felt the day go momentarily dark and cold as the wing passed over, and knew, in the animal root of himself, that he stood beneath a thing against which no wall he had ever built or manned would matter in the slightest. They landed. Nyrax came down first and hardest, driving a crater in the snow and a wave of it back over the front ranks, and men who had faced ironborn and wildlings and each other broke and ran 20 paces before their pride caught them and hauled them back, shamefaced, to stand shaking in the churned white. Sarah lit on the roof of the broken tower and folded her wings and watched them with her head cocked, curious, a cat considering mice too large to bother with. And Brander simply sat down at the field's edge and lowered his bronze bulk and became, in the space of a breath, a feature of the landscape, a hill that had not been there in the morning, breathing. Jon walked to Nyrax through the settling snow and put his hand on the black dragon's breast, at the exact spot where 30 crossbow bolts had skipped off a year before, and turned to face the north. "My name is Aegon Targaryen," he said, and his voice did not carry the way his uncle's had. It was quieter, and the field went so silent to catch it that the quiet did the carrying for him. "You knew me as Jon Snow. My father was Rhaegar, who died at the Trident. My mother was Lyanna Stark, who died bringing me into the world and who was Lord Eddard's sister, and yours near enough, for you loved her, and some of you rode to war over her. I was born no bastard. I was hidden because a king in his cradle is a thing men murder, and I've spent 12 years learning to be a secret so that the men who murder cradle kings would leave the north in peace." He paused. Behind him Nyrax breathed, and the breath rolled out over the front ranks warm as summer in the freezing air, and not one man there would ever forget the smell of it. "I'm done being a secret. That's the whole of why you're here. Not to bend the knee, I've not asked you to, and I'll not today. You're here because the world already knows what stands on this field, and you had a right to see it with your own eyes before other men come north to tell you what to do about it. So, look, and then we'll talk like the North talks, which is plainly in a warm hall over meat." The Great Jon Umber was the first to find his voice, because the Great Jon was always the first to find his voice. He walked out across the snow toward the black dragon, alone, a mountain of a man with his beard full of frost, and he stopped 10 feet from a creature that could have swallowed his war horse, and he looked up at it, and he looked at the 13-year-old boy standing under its jaw with his hand on its breast, and he threw back his head and laughed, a huge, glad, terrible sound, and shouted so the whole field could hear him. "The gods are drunk. They've gone and given a boy of 13 3 dragons and the face of the sweetest girl the North ever lost. I followed her father and I'd have died for her brother, and now here she is again wearing a lad's cloak with the old fire at her back." He turned on the assembled lords, and his laugh cut off, and his voice dropped to the register that had rallied broken lines. "I don't care whose son he is. I care what stands on this field. And I'll be gutted and hung from my own gate before I let a single Southron lord tell the North what to do about a thing the North grew in its own ground. Umbers with the boy. Umbers with the dragon. The rest of you can talk." That was the moment, though the talking took 3 more days. The talking took 3 more days because the North is not a thing that moves quickly, and because not every lord was the Great Jon, and because the deepest question on the table was one that fire could not answer, and every man in the hall knew it. They put it to Jon on the second night in the great hall, with the fires roaring and the meat coming off the boards and the dragons drowsing in the field outside where the small folk had already begun. Gods helped them to leave offerings. Roose Bolton put it in his soft, flat voice that made the whole hall lean in to hear. "You have 3 dragons," Bolton said, folding his pale hands. "No one disputes it. The question a careful man asks is not whether you have them, but what you mean to do with them, because that is the question that decides whether my men die in their beds of old age or in some Southron field of your choosing. You say you are the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. Very well. There are 2 things a man in your position can want, my lord, and they are not the same thing, and I would know which you want before I spend one Dreadfort man learning it the hard way." He tilted his head. "You can want the North free. Break from a broken realm, close the neck behind us, keep your dragons at the wall of it, and let the South rot in its own cold peace as it has rotted these 12 years. That costs little and buys much. Or you can want the whole board, the Iron Throne, the Reach, the Rock, the Storm Lands, all of it. A war of conquest from Moat Cailin to Sunspear that will cost the North a generation of its sons. One of these is prudence. The other is your father's disease. I would know before I kneel whether I am kneeling to a Stark who happens to have dragons, or to a Targaryen who happens to have been raised by Starks." The hall went quiet. It was, Ned thought, watching from his seat, the single most dangerous question anyone had yet put to the boy, and it had been put by the most dangerous man in the room, in the mildest possible voice. And Roose Bolton had asked it precisely because he already knew that the answer a boy of 13 gave to it, in front of 40 lords, would bind that boy for the rest of his life. It was a trap baited with reason. Ned found he did not know which way his sister's son would jump, and the not knowing sat in him cold. Jon did not answer quickly. He turned the cup in his hands and he looked at Bolton, and when he spoke it was not to Bolton at all but to the whole hall, in the quiet that did his carrying for him. "You've framed it clean, Lord Bolton, and it's a fair question, so I'll give you a true answer and not a comfortable one." He set the cup down. "If I close the neck and keep my dragons at the wall of it, how long do you think the peace holds? A year? 5. The realm knows dragons are born again in the world. That knowledge doesn't sit still. Every lord in the south is right now doing the same some you're doing, and their sum ends the same place. A thing that can burn a castle in a morning cannot be allowed to belong to someone else. They will come. Not this year, maybe. They'll spend a year lying to each other about how it's not their problem. But a lion in the west is already counting, and a fat man across the sea who calls himself my uncle is already dreaming, and the faith is already deciding whether I'm a miracle or an abomination, and none of them will let 3 dragons sit behind the neck and grow. If I hide behind the neck, I don't buy the North peace. I buy it a siege, later, larger, and on their terms instead of mine." He leaned forward. "So no, I don't want the whole board because I have my father's disease. I want it because the only safe number of enemies with a claim on my dragons is none, and the only way to get to none is to hold the throne they'd fight me for. I don't want the Iron Throne, Lord Bolton. I want to be the last man who has to want it. There's a difference, and if you can't see it, kneel to the man who happens to have dragons and trust that he was raised by Starks." Ned watched Roose Bolton absorb that, the pale eyes giving nothing, and he understood 2 things at once: that his sister's son had just won the hall, and that he had made in Roose Bolton an enemy who would smile at him for years, because Bolton's kind do not forgive being answered well in front of their peers, and Jon had done exactly that cleanly without heat, which was the worst way to do it. The great Jon was pounding the table. Manderley's chins were nodding. Midge Mormont had the look of a woman who had decided, but Roose Bolton only inclined his head a careful half-inch and said, "Then I have my answer, and the North has its king," and kept the rest of it behind his eyes, and Ned marked him, and knew the marking would matter later and could not yet say how. The declaration wanted a shape, and Jon gave it one the next morning, in a way that told the North more about the king it was getting than any speech could have. A dispute came before the hall, the ordinary kind, the kind Ned had judged 100 times. 2 of Lord Hornwood's men had fallen out with a party of Boltons over a woman and a horse and old blood between their houses, and a Bolton man lay dead of it with a Hornwood knife in him, and the killer stood in the hall in chains, while his lord and Lord Hornwood shouted past each other. And it was exactly the sort of small, ugly northern matter that had nothing to do with dragons, and everything to do with whether a boy of 13 could actually be a king, or only ride one. "Burn him," said one of the Bolton men, not thinking or thinking too much. "You've the means, your grace. A king's justice was fire once. Give us the old justice. Burn the murderer and let the smoke settle it." The hall liked that, some of it. Ned watched the liking move through the benches. The ugly, eager appetite men have for seeing a hard thing done by someone else's hand, and he watched his sister's son see it too, and he waited, because this was the test that Bolton's clever question in the night had only been the shadow of. Not what Jon wanted. What Jon would do, with the fire actually in reach and a hall actually asking for it. Jon came down off the dais and walked to the chained man and looked at him, a frightened border reaver of perhaps 20, who had done a stupid drunken murder and would hang for it in any year of Ned's rule. "What's your name?" "Wat, your grace." The man could barely speak. "Wat of the weeping water. Did you kill him, Wat?" "Aye, no sense denying it in a hall full of witnesses. He'd have killed me, or I thought it was dark and there was drink and I killed him. I'm not saying I didn't." Jon nodded and turned, not to the eager benches but to the man who had called for fire. "You want me to burn him. Understand what you're asking. You're asking me to make my dragons the law, and the first day a king's dragon is the law, Every man in this hall stops obeying the king and starts obeying the dragon, and the day after that, the king is just the man the dragon happens to carry, and the law is just whatever the fire feels like. My grandfather made his dragons the law. You know how that ended. He made the fire the law, and then the fire ate his own hall and everyone in it, because that's what fire does when you let it off the leash of anything higher. I won't. Wat killed a man and Wat will hang for it, by the neck this afternoon, by the North's law and not my fire, and every man here will watch, and every man here will understand that the dragons don't judge. The king does, and the king answers to the same law you do. Take him out. Hang him properly, and bury him decent after he's a Northman. Ned Stark from the dais watched his bannermen watch his sister's son walk back up to a seat that was not quite a throne yet, and he saw the thing settle over the hall that no speech could have put there. Not awe. They'd had awe on the field, but something rarer and worth more. The beginning of the particular grudging northern respect that a hard people give only to a ruler who declines to use a power he plainly has. Wat of the Weeping Water hanged that afternoon, by the neck, and it was the first sentence Aegon Targaryen ever passed as a king, and he passed it with rope and not fire, and the North understood him better for the rope than it ever would have for the flame. They knelt that evening. Not all at once and not all gladly. Bolton knelt smoothly and last. Manderley knelt with a speech about White Harbor's 40 galleys and the trade the North had been starved of for 12 years. Midge Mormont knelt like a woman planting a spear. The great Jon knelt roaring. But they knelt, 40 lords of the North, to a boy of 13 and the 3 dragons drowsing in the field, and pledged him the swords of the North, which came, when the stewards had made their tally, to something over 18,000 fighting men, with Manderley's galleys on top of it and the promise of the mountain clans besides. Robb knelt first of anyone before even the great Jon without being asked, and when Jon tried to raise him up his foster brother gripped his hand and said, "Lo," so only Jon could hear it. "You could have told me. 10 years. I'd have carried it with you." And Jon said, "That's why I couldn't," and pulled him up, and the two of them stood a moment forehead to forehead in the middle of the kneeling North, the king and the heir of Winterfell, and that, Ned thought, that was the thing worth more than the 18,000. The host that crawled south out of Winterfell 3 days later was the largest thing the North had put on a road in living memory, and it moved at the pace of its slowest ox, which is to say barely, and Jon learned more about war in the first week of moving it than in all the years of dreaming fire. A dragon wins battles, Ned told him, the two of them riding at the head of a column that took most of a day to pass any single tree. Battles aren't the war. This is the war. He swept a gauntlet down the whole groaning length of it, 18,000 men, and behind and around them the thing no song ever counted, 4,000 horses and the fodder for them, the oxen, the wains of hard bread and salt cod and barley, the smiths and the leeches and the camp followers, and the herds walking their own meat south on the hoof. An army is a town that has to eat every day and cannot stop walking. 18,000 men eat their own weight in a fortnight. We strip every holdfast we pass or we starve before the Trident, and if we strip them, we make enemies of the very small folk you say you mean to fight for. That is the sum a king does before every campaign, and there is no dragon anywhere in it. It is why your grandsire's line lost the realm in the end, for all their flame. Fire does not grow barley. And the dragons, Jon said, what do they eat on a march? Everything. You tell me. You feed them. Jon did that sum himself that night, and it frightened him worse than the Bolton question had, because it had no clever answer waiting at the bottom of it. The 3 of them ate, between them, the better part of 40 sheep a day, or a dozen cattle, or whatever they could take on the wing from the country underneath them. And a country whose herds have been eaten by dragons is a country that starves the winter after, soldier or no soldier. He could burn any castle in Westeros. He could not feed his own war a single season without hollowing out the people the throne was meant to shelter. He sat with the tally turning in his head and understood, at 13, the thing his uncle had been trying to teach him since the crypt, that the power was never going to be the hard part. Power he had in surplus, more than any man drawing breath. The hard part was the arithmetic of restraint, the daily grinding sum of how much of it to leave in its sheath, and on whom, in the knowledge that every acre he spared his enemies would name weakness, and every acre he burned would be one more wound in the realm he had told the North he meant to heal. "You're quiet," Robb said, dropping down beside him with 2 cups. He had the vanguard now, 3,000 horse, and wore the command well, and had not once let the crown come between them. "You've got the look father gets, the one where he's grieving a thing that hasn't happened yet." "I'm counting sheep," Jon said, and Robb laughed before he understood it was not a joke, and then stopped laughing, and the two of them sat and watched the fire while the dragons breathed somewhere out past the pickets, and the great town that had to eat every day slept around them and waited for the road. Word went south the way water goes downhill, and it reached Storm's End in the last week of the 4th moon, and it did a thing to Robert Baratheon that his own Maester had thought was no longer possible. It stood him up. He had not stood in 3 years. The Trident had left him a ruin from the waist down, hip and spine, and the years of drink and grief and the slow poison of a rebellion that had died on its feet had left the rest of him a wreck of the man who had swung the hammer, gone to fat and pain and rage in a dark hall by the sea. But when the Maester read him the letter, a Targaryen boy in the north, silver father, stark mother, 3 dragons kneeling lords, Robert Baratheon put both ruined hands on the arms of his chair and heaved himself upright on legs that had not held him since the war, and stood there swaying and gray with the pain of it. And when he could speak he said one word, and the word was, "Lyanna's, my lord." The mother, "It says Lyanna, Ned's sister. The word betrothed did not come, 12 years and it still would not come. The boy is Lyanna's. And Rhaegar's, my lord, it says." Robert threw the wine cup and it broke on the Maester's chain and he did not notice. Rhaegar's, the silver bastard who had taken her, dead these 12 years with his chest caved in by Robert's own hammer, and here was his get, alive, grown with dragons, wearing, the letter said, her face. Robert stood swaying in his dark hall and felt the 2 things war in him that had been at war since the Trident, the love and the hate, Lyanna's face and Rhaegar's blood. And he understood dimly, through the pain and the drink, that the boy in the north was both those things at once, the last thing Lyanna ever made and the last thing Rhaegar ever left, and that he, Robert, would either have to bend the knee to it or ride out and kill it, and that he was no longer a man who could do either. And the not being able was the worst pain of all, worse than the hip, worse than the years. "Get me Jon Arryn," he said. "Get me the Lannisters. Get me anyone with an army and a spine still in one piece. And get me a litter I can make war from, because I'll be damned in every hell the Septons ever dreamed before I let Rhaegar's son sit the throne I bled the whole realm to keep him off of. 12 years I've sat in this chair, Maester. 12 years I told myself the war just ended wrong. It didn't end at all. It's been waiting for the boy to grow up. Well, he's grown. Bring me my banners." They brought him his banners, and the storm lords who had followed his father and his rebellion came again. Some of them, though fewer than he dreamed and older than he remembered. And in the west Tywin Lannister read the same news in his own tower and did his own sum and began, without noise, to move. And in the Vale Jon Arryn, old and tired and the only man who had kept the cold peace alive for 12 years, read the letter 3 times and understood that the peace he had built with his whole life was over, and that the realm was about to divide as it had not divided since the dance, and that he would spend whatever years he had left trying to keep it from divided into a grave. And in the north, on the first dry road of a wet spring, 18,000 men and 3 dragons and a boy of 13 who was already, in his own quiet way, becoming a king, turned south at last toward the neck, and Moat Cailin, and everything beyond it, and Eddard Stark rode at the head of the column beside his sister's son, and did not look back at Winterfell, because a man who looks back at the thing he is leaving to war has already begun to bury it, and Ned was not ready yet to bury anything. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Neck and the Twins. Moat Cailin let them out of the north the way a throat lets out a shout, and after that there was no more north to shelter behind, only the wide, wet green of the riverlands, and the war stopped being an idea the lords had argued in a warm hall and became a thing with mud in it. The neck itself cost them 9 days and 40 horses and 1 drowned man, because the causeway through the bog was old and narrow, and the crannogmen who owned the black water on either side of it had to be talked into friendship before they would stop the road from swallowing wagons. Howland Reed came out of the reeds to do the talking, a small, quiet man who had ridden to the Tower of Joy with Ned and come back and never spoken of it. And when he saw Jon's face, he went so still that Ned had to say his name twice. Howland Reed knew that face. Howland Reed had been there when it was born. He looked at the boy on the pale road, and then he looked at Ned, and something passed between the 2 old comrades that had no words in it. And then the crannogman knelt in the mud of his own bog without being asked and said, "I kept your secret too, my lord, all these years, though I never knew it had grown wings," and pledged his frog-eaters and his poisoned spears and his knowledge of the green water, which was worth more than 1,000 swords in that country. And the neck opened, and the host came through onto solid ground and turned its face toward the twins. Jon flew the neck at night, all 3 dragons, low over the black bog, and from the air the causeway was a single silver thread stitched across a country that wanted to drown it, and he understood for the first time in his body why the North had never fallen to a South-run army in all the long history of it. Because to take the North you first had to cross this, and no army in the world could cross this if the crannogmen did not want it crossed. He added the lesson to the growing account of things his uncle had been right about, and flew on, and below him the fires of 18,000 men crawled south through the dark like a slow river of embers. Walder Frey was 90 years old and had outlived 7 wives and most of his own children, and every principle he had ever been suspected of holding, and he met Jon on the twins as he met everything, by first making him wait. The bridge between the 2 towers was the only dry crossing of the Green Fork for 100 miles in either direction, and Lord Walder held it, and had held it long enough to have made a philosophy out of holding it. He kept the host camped on the north bank for 2 full days before he would open his gate to a parley, and when the gate opened it opened only for 6, and Ned counted the insult of it and said nothing. Because you did not spend men's lives on a Frey's manners. You spent his lives on his bridge, and the bridge was the thing. Lord Walder received them in a hall that smelled of old man and older stone, propped in a great chair with a coverlet over his knees, surrounded by so many sons and grandsons, and bastards that the pledge of a Frey was less a promise than a probability distribution. He looked at Ned a while, then he looked at Jon a longer while up and down, the wet red eyes missing nothing. So Lord Walder said, "The dead prince's whelp, I'd not have believed it except a man of mine watched your black beast eat a bullock over the Green Fork this morning like it was a berry, so I find I believe it after all. Belief comes cheap when there's a dragon at the window." He worked his gums. "You'll want my bridge." "I'll want your bridge," Jon agreed. "Everyone wants my bridge. Kings have wanted my bridge. What none of them ever wants is to pay for it. They want me to give it out of love, out of loyalty, out of the goodness of an old man's heart." He cackled, a dry sound. "I've no goodness and no heart, and I buried my loyalty with my 3rd wife, so let us not pretend. You've dragons, boy. You could burn my towers down around my ears and cross the ashes. Why don't you? Because I need the bridge standing, not the ashes. Jon had taken the one seat offered and sat easy in it, and Ned watched his sister's son do the thing he did that no one had taught him, which was to make a hard man feel that he was being spoken to plainly by an equal, which was the rarest flattery there is. And because a lord who opens his gate to me is worth 10 I have to burn through. You've held this bridge 60 years by never picking a side until the side was already picked. I'm not going to insult you by asking for love. I'm going to make picking me the profitable choice and let your famous good sense do the rest. Name it, Lord Walder. What does the bridge cost? It cost a great deal. It cost the wardenship of the Green Fork crossings confirmed by royal charter, and a seat on whatever council came after, and the marriage of a Frey girl to some lord of standing once there were lords of standing left to spare, and the forgiving of certain debts, and the granting of certain mills, and Ned watched Jon give away pieces of a realm he did not yet hold with the easy generosity of a man spending someone else's coin, which is exactly what it was, and which is exactly how kingdoms are bought. And at the end of it, Walder Frey had his charter drawn and sealed, and hedged even then, sending 400 Frey men south with the host under his son Sir Stevron, while keeping 3,000 behind his walls, so that whichever way the war fell there would be a Frey on the winning side, and a Frey to swear he had never truly committed to the losing one. He'll betray us the first hour it profits him, Robb said, riding off the bridge with the towers falling behind, the whole 18,000 pouring across the dry stone crossing that would have cost 1,000 lives to force. Of course he will, Jon said. That's why I paid in promises and not in men. You never spend real coin on a man who's for sale, Robb. You just make sure your promise is the last one he'll be able to collect on. He looked back at the twins once. The trick with a Frey isn't trusting him. It's making certain that on the day he does the sum, you're still the larger number. The larger number met its first refusal at Marchford, and Marchford is the name Jon carried the rest of his life for the lesson the kettle had only started to teach him. It was a walled town on the Blue Fork, a crossing and a market and 4,000 souls, and above it stood a squat, strong castle held by a Lord Eamon Vane, who had taken his charge from the Old Alliance, from Jon Arryn's men and Hoster Tully's, to hold the river road for the cold peace and against the dragon. He was, by every account Ned's outriders brought back, a hard, proud, loyal man, and those are the most dangerous kind to besiege, because they cannot be bought and they will not be frightened, and they mistake their own stubbornness for virtue right up until it kills everyone behind their walls. Jon did the thing his uncle had taught him to do first. He sent envoys under a white banner, 3 men, an old knight of the Cerwins and 2 heralds, with terms that were more than fair. Open the gate and the town would not be touched. The garrison would keep their lives and their weapons. Lord Vane would keep his castle and his head and need only swear not to raise arms against the host again. Generous terms, calculated terms, terms designed so that word of them would run ahead of the host and make the next castle easier. It was the arithmetic of restraint that Ned had drilled into him. Mercy offered loudly is a weapon that takes towns without fire. Lord Eamon Vane hanged the 3 envoys from the gatehouse of Marchford in full view of the host, the white banner still in the old Cerwin knight's dead hand, and had a herald shout down from the wall that this was the answer of honest men to the get of the mad king's line, and that Marchford would sooner burn than kneel to an abomination on a lizard. Ned watched the 3 bodies turn on their ropes through a far eye and said, very quietly, so that only Jon could hear him, "Now it begins. Whatever you do in the next hour, the whole realm will call it the true shape of you, and they'll be right, because this is the first one they'll see clearly. So be careful what shape you cut." He's made himself into a thing you have to answer, and he's made you answer it in front of everyone. That was the one clever thing the fool ever did. Jon looked at the three men who had died carrying his mercy, and something went out of his face that Ned had watched leaving it, a piece at a time, since the kettle, and Ned grieved the loss of it even as he understood the necessity, because the piece that was leaving was the last of the boy, and what stood in its place was going to have to be a king, and kings are carved out of exactly this. Out of gate hangings and dead heralds, and the moment mercy is thrown back in your teeth in front of an army that is watching to learn what you are. Bring up the host, Jon said. All of it into full view so the town can see what's come for it, and send one more herald, one and mounted and fast, so they can't hang him before he's said his piece. He's to tell the small folk of Marchford, not the castle, the small folk, that the quarrel is with Vayne and not with them, that any gate they open to us will be a gate we come through gently, that they have until dawn to put their lord's madness aside and let their families live. And then at dawn, he did not finish it, because the not finishing was the whole of it, and Ned heard the sentence end in silence and knew the shape of the thing that was coming and could not stop it and was not sure, any longer, that he wanted to. The small folk of Marchford tried. That was the part Jon could never afterward set down, because it was the part that made the arithmetic a lie. Before dawn, a mob of the town rose against the castle's men at the eastern gate, unarmed bakers and fishwives and boys, trying to throw the bar and open the road to the mercy the herald had promised, and Lord Vayne's garrison cut them down in the gateway, 40 or 50 of them, and held the gate shut with the bodies of the people it was meant to protect. And that was the moment the siege stopped being a siege. Because now the fire that came was not going to fall only on the proud fool in the castle. It was going to fall on a town that had already begun to bleed for the crime of wanting to live, and Jon knew it, and gave the order anyway at dawn on the 7th day, because the alternative was to let Vayne teach every castle in the south that murdering envoys and butchering your own people bought you a dragon's hesitation. Brander broke the walls. He was the siege dragon, the patient one, the one that ate more than the other two together and moved for nothing until it was time to move. And when it was time, he came down on the western wall of Marchford not in fire but in weight, 40 tons of bronze and bone folding the merlons under his feet like a man crushing a fence. And then the fire, green gold, poured along the wall walk and into the machicolations, and up the gatehouse where 3 envoys still hung. And the stone itself began to slump and run because there is a heat above which even stone forgets it is stone, and the whole western face of Marchford's defenses came down in a roaring slide of molten rubble and screaming men. And through the gap Nyrax came low over the streets to break the garrison's spine before it could form, and Sarah took the towers. And it was over as a fight in the time it takes to say it was over. It was not over as a fire. The town was timber and thatch above its stone footings, and the summer had been dry, and the wind came off the blue fork out of the west straight through the breach Brander had made, and the fire that had taken the wall did not know the difference between a wall and a home. It went into Marchford the way fire goes into anything that will burn, without malice and without mercy, and without the slightest regard for the careful arithmetic of the boy who had loosed it. And 18,000 Northmen stood on the far bank and watched a town of 4,000 souls become a single column of flame that they could feel the heat of across the river. And there was nothing, now, that any dragon could do, because a dragon can start a fire in a heartbeat and cannot stop one in a day. They pulled who they could out of the water side, where people threw themselves into the blue fork to escape it. The count, when the counters were done counting, 3 days later in the ash, 1,100 of Vayne's garrison dead in the assault, and 400 yielded and were spared, exactly as the terms had promised the terms that Vayne had hanged. And of the town, Of the 4,000 souls of Marchford who had no quarrel with anyone and had died for standing between two men's wills, 630, that they could count. There were more they could not count, because fire does not leave a countable thing behind. And Jon made the counters give him the number anyway, the low, honest number and the true higher guess. And he wrote them both in a book he had started keeping at Sheepshorn and had thought. Then, at 11, would never have more than one page in it, and he carried the book south, and it grew. Lord Vane they took alive out of the castle's undercroft, smoke-blackened, cursing, unbroken to the last, and they brought him before Jon in the ash of the town he had burned rather than surrender, and the host wanted him burned in turn, wanted it loudly, and Jon did not burn him. You murdered 3 men who came to you under a white banner, Jon told him in front of the whole host in a voice that carried without rising. And when your own people tried to open the gate to save their children, you cut them down and stacked them against it. You did that. Not me, not the fire, you. So you'll hang, Lord Vane, by the neck, from what's left of your own gatehouse, beside the 3 you murdered by the law of gods and men and not by my dragons, because I will not give you the death you want, which is to be a martyr in the fire and let the singers pretend the dragon killed Marchford. The dragon broke your wall. You killed your town. Every man here is going to remember the difference, and so is every castle between here and King's Landing, and that is the only good thing that will ever come of this place, and it is not enough, and I know it is not enough. They hanged him, and then Jon did the thing that Ned marked, and that the host marked, and that ran south faster than any dragon. He had the 400 spared men of the garrison, and every Northman who could be spared from the line, spend 4 days in the ash of Marchford digging out the dead and burying them decent and raising the timbers of the town again from the stone up, food from the host's own stores handed to the survivors, the king himself carrying beams like a common man, ash to the elbow, saying nothing for 4 days. It did not bring back 630 souls. Nothing would, but it told the Riverlands a thing that no mercy offered loudly ever could have, which was that the dragon that had burned their sister town had wept in its ash and rebuilt it with its own hands. And by the time the host moved south again from Marchford, 3 of the river houses that had been going to resist sent word instead that they would open their gates, because a conqueror who burns you is only a conqueror. But a conqueror who burns you and then kneels in your ashes to rebuild you is something the Riverlands had never seen and did not have a word for yet. And men will follow a thing they have no word for further than they will ever follow a thing they do. Riverrun did not open its gates. Hoster Tully was old and dying by then, and it was his son Edmure who held the great castle at the meeting of the rivers. And Edmure Tully sent no envoys and offered no terms and hung the trout banner defiant from every tower, because the Tullys were bound by blood and marriage and old debt to Jon Arryn and to the Baratheon cause, and because Catelyn Stark, who held Winterfell in the north with the young children, was Hoster's daughter and Edmure's sister. And the whole knot of it was a thing that could not be cut without cutting Ned. Jon did not besiege Riverrun. He rode past it. We could take it, Robb said, and there was something raw under the saying, because Riverrun was his mother's home and his uncle's seat and his dying grandfather's hall, and the wanting not to and the fearing to look weak were at war in him. The dragons could have those walls down by nightfall. We could, Jon said. And then I'd have taken your mother's home and killed your uncle and put your grandfather to the sword on his deathbed, and every child of the north who has Tully blood, which is your brothers and sisters, Robb, would grow up knowing the king their father followed burned their mother's people. Number Riverrun stands. Edmure Tully can sit behind his walls and glower at me all the way to King's Landing, and when I hold the throne he can bend the knee or not as he pleases, and I'll take that risk, because there are some walls a man doesn't knock down even when he can, and your mother's home is one of them. I'll not buy a throne with your family's graves. Ride on. Let them hate me from behind their moat. It's cheaper than the alternative, and it's also, as it happens, the right thing, and it's a rare gift when those two line up, so we'll take it while it lasts. Ned rode a little apart from them when he heard that, and did not trust his voice for a while, because his sister's son had just spared his wife's family a fire the boy had every strategic reason to light, and had done it in the plain language of a man who had grown, somewhere on the road between the Kettle and Marchford, into exactly the king Ned had spent 12 years praying he would become, and had never once dared believe he would. And underneath the not trusting his voice was the other thing, the thing Ned could not say aloud to anyone. That the price of that king had been 630 souls in the ash of Marchford, and that this was how it was always going to be now, mercy and murder in the same hand, the good and the terrible carved from the same stroke, and that he had done this, he had raised this, he had drawn the knife in the crypt 12 years ago, and then chosen instead to stand beside the fire and teach it to grieve, and that he would never know now on this side of his own grave whether he had saved the realm or damned it, and that he would have to keep riding south anyway, because that was the whole of what a father got to be at the end, and he had known it since a tower in Dorne. The dragons were growing faster now, and Jon knew why, and the knowing sat in him like a stone he could not swallow and could not spit out. They grew on plenty, and war is nothing but plenty to a dragon. A beast that had spent its first years in a cold cave under a hill, fed a careful ration of lamb up the wolfswood track, grew the way anything grows in the cold and the dark, which is slowly. A beast loosed over a country at war grew the way a fire grows when you feed it a house. There was carrion in a marching country beyond anything a cave could offer. Dead horses and dead herds, and the leavings of 18,000 men, and the frightened offerings the riverland small folk had already begun to leave at crossroads the way the north had left them at the Kettle, and the three of them ate all of it and swelled on it. Nyrax measured better than 60 feet from snout to tail now, and could take a warhorse off the ground without slowing his wing beat. Brander had grown a wingspan that put a shadow the length of a tourney field across the ground when he passed low, and his back at the shoulder stood higher than a mounted knight's lance. Sarah, slighter, swifter, ranged 40 miles ahead of the host and back between dawn and noon, and her blue fire had learned to cut instead of merely burn. In a single year of war they had gained what 3 years of peace had given them, and Jon understood the ugly shape of it precisely. That the thing making his weapon stronger was the same thing filling the book in his saddlebag, that his dragons fed on the war the way the war fed on the realm, and that somewhere at the bottom of that sum was a country eaten hollow to grow 3 engines that would then have nothing left to rule but ash. His grandfather had never once done that sum. Jon did it every night and hated it, and did it anyway, because a king who will not look at his own arithmetic is only a dragon that has learned to talk. Word of the 58,000 ran through the camp before the scouts had finished their count, the way bad numbers always run, and Jon felt the host change under it. Not break. Northmen did not break at a number. But there is a particular quiet that comes over 18,000 men who have just learned they are outnumbered better than 3 to 1 by the greatest army in the world. And Jon walked out into that quiet on the last night before the hosts closed, alone, without guards, in a plain cloak, as he had walked the Kettle at night when he was small. And he went from fire to fire among his own men, and did not make a single speech. He sat with a company of Mormont spearmen, and let a one-eyed sergeant tell him how to keep his feet in a shield wall, and took the advice seriously. He held a torch for a smith mending mail past midnight, and asked the right questions about the failing rivets. He found the 3 heralds' families. The kin of the men Vane had hanged at Marchford, and sat with them in the dark, and said their sons' names aloud, and did not offer them a single word of false comfort. Only the names, spoken by the king they had died for, which was worth more than comfort. And by the gray before dawn the quiet in the camp had changed its character, not to courage exactly. Courage cannot be handed out at a campfire, but to something steadier and older, the thing that makes a man hold a line he knows may kill him. The sense that the man who was asking it of him knew his name and knew the cost and was carrying a book of it, and would carry his name too if it came to that, and would not spend it cheap. That was a thing Tywin Lannister, for all his 58,000, could not buy or drill or purchase in any market, and it was the only advantage Jon had that the Lannister did not, and he meant to spend all of it in a single field. At the first gray light, the eastern scouts came galloping in with lathered horses, and the word every man had been waiting for and dreading. Crimson outriders, the lion on the banners, the van of the greatest host in the world less than a day off, and closing. The news of Marchford reached Casterly Rock 19 days after the town fell, and Tywin Lannister read it twice, and then he did the sum that he had been putting off for a year, and the sum came out different than it had before. Before Marchford, a careful lion could tell himself that the northern boy was a rumor, or a fraud, or at worst a nuisance that would exhaust itself against the riverlands and the cold peace's brittle web of alliances. After Marchford, there was no telling himself anything. The boy had broken a walled town with a single beast in a single morning. The boy had then, and this was the part that made Tywin set the letter down and look for a long moment at the golden hand on the wall, rebuilt the town he broke, which meant the boy understood the thing that Tywin had built his whole terrible life upon, the thing that Aerys had never grasped and Robert had never bothered with. That power is only ever half fear, and the other half is the story men tell about the fear, and that a lord who commands both is a lord who cannot be beaten by ordinary means. Tywin Lannister had spent 40 years being the most feared man in Westeros. He recognized in the ash of Marchford the arrival of someone who might be about to become the most feared man in Westeros, and who was 14 years old, and who had 3 dragons, and who could not therefore be allowed to reach maturity, because a 14-year-old with 3 half-grown dragons was a problem an army might still solve, and a 17-year-old with 3 full-grown ones would be the end of every calculation Tywin had ever made. He called his banners, all of them. The letters went out that same night to every holdfast of the Westerlands, and the number they raised, when the mustering was done at the Golden Tooth 6 weeks later, came to 58,000 men, the largest host any single kingdom had put in the field since the conquest. And Tywin Lannister put his son the Kingslayer over the van, and his brother Kevin over the foot, and himself over the whole of it. And he did not march east to defend the Crownlands or south to guard his own coast. He marched north and east, toward the Trident, toward the crossings, toward the 14-year-old and his 3 dragons, because Tywin Lannister had understood something at Marchford that Robert in his litter and Jon Arryn in his failing peace had not yet let themselves understand, that this was not a rebellion to be contained. It was a conquest already in motion, and the only question left on the board was whether it could be stopped before the dragons finished growing, and the only place to stop it was in the field, at once, with everything, while the beasts were still small enough to kill. The 2 hosts were 90 miles apart, and closing, when the first snows of an early autumn began to fall on the Trident, and Jon Snow, who was Aegon Targaryen, 14 years old, with the ash of Marchford still under his fingernails and a growing Book of the Dead in his saddlebag, rode toward the largest army in the world with 18,000 men and 3 dragons, and the whole cost of the throne finally coming due in a single field. Chapter 6. In Chapter 7. The Lion's Gambit. Tywin Lannister chose to make his stand in the shadow of Harrenhal, and there was nothing accidental in the choosing, because Tywin Lannister had never in his life done anything by accident. He knew the story of the place as well as any man. Every child in Westeros knew it. How Harren the Black had raised the greatest castle ever built, 5 towers of black stone thicker than any wall in the world, and how he had finished it on the same morning that Aegon the Conqueror landed, and how Aegon had come to Harrenhal on Balerion the Black Dread and burned Harren, and all his line inside their own impregnable towers, melting the stone until it ran like candle wax, so that the castle still stood 3 centuries later, a monument to the single lesson of the Age of Dragons, which was that no wall is thick enough. Tywin knew the lesson. Tywin had built his whole campaign around unlearning it. He would not shelter behind Harrenhal's walls, because he had read that story too. He arrayed his 58,000 on the open plain to the south of it, between the ruined castle and the God's Eye. On ground he had walked himself 3 days before the northern host arrived, and he salted that ground with the thing he had spent a year and a fortune building in the deep vaults of Casterly Rock, the thing no one in the north knew about, the thing he was betting the Westerlands upon: scorpions. Not the small anti-personnel engines every host carried, great iron scorpions, 40 of them, built to a design his own Meisters had recovered from the histories of the Dragon Pit and the reign of the last Targaryens, throwing a bolt as long as a man and thick as a wrist, iron-headed with the draw-weight of a siege engine, and Tywin had them dug in behind screens of hurdle and hide across the whole front of his line, ranged and sighted on the empty sky, hidden, waiting, for the only targets in the world they had ever been built to kill. "They cannot be beaten in the field," Tyrion said to his father the night before, because Tyrion had done the same everyone had done and had reached the same floor. "Not with men. You've read the history same as I have. 3 dragons broke 100,000 at the Field of Fire, and the Reach never recovered. Our 58 is a bigger number than we've ever put in a field, and it is a smaller number than the one that burned that day. Fight him and we lose an army, and you learn nothing you did not already know, which is that dragons win. Dragons win when the enemy has no answer to dragons," Tywin said, and did not look up from the map. The Field of Fire was a slaughter because Mern and Loren rode at Aegon with lances and no imagination. "I am not Mern of the Reach. I have 40 answers dug into that plain, and they throw a bolt that will punch through a dragon the way a crossbow punches through a hare, and the boy does not know they exist, because I have killed every man who saw them built. He will bring his beasts down onto my line, because that is what dragons do. They come down to feed, and when they are low and slow and certain of themselves, 40 scorpions will loose at once into a sky that has forgotten how to be afraid. I do not need to kill all 3. I need to kill one in front of him, and watch what a boy of 15 does when his god turns out to bleed." Tyrion looked at his father a long moment in the candlelight and said the truest thing he would say all that year, and was not thanked for it. "And if killing one only teaches him to stop being a boy, you are betting that grief makes him careless. I have read more of the Targaryens than you, father. It was the only thing to do in a cell of a childhood, and grief did not make them careless. Grief made them terrible. Aegon was gentle until his sisters started dying. Then he was Harrenhal." He gestured at the black towers on the ridge. "You have chosen to make your stand under the one monument in Westeros to what happens when you make a dragon grieve. I find I do not love the omen." Tywin Lannister sent his son to bed. In the morning he arrayed his host and hid his 40 answers and waited for the sky to come down. Jon saw the trap and did not see the shape of it, which is the most dangerous way to see a trap. He knew Tywin Lannister would not offer open battle on open ground to a smaller host with dragons unless the Lannister had a reason, and he said so to the War Council in the Grey before dawn. Ned and Robb and the Great Jon and Meej Mormont and Howland read around a map weighted with daggers. He wants us to bring the dragons down. He's arrayed to be attacked from the air. Look at the frontage. It's too wide and too shallow. He's daring me to burn a line he's willing to lose. There's a hook in this. I can feel it and I can't see it, which means we fight it careful. The dragons stay high. We do not commit them low until I know what he's hidden, and I win the ground fight first, on the ground like it was any battle, and only bring the fire down when the shape of his trick shows itself. It was the right read. It was exactly the right read. And it lasted until the two hosts closed, and 18,000 Northmen met 58,000 Westermen on the plain below Harrenhal. And the shape of the thing his own men were bleeding for made him break his own plan, which was, of course, the whole of what Tywin had been counting on. A hidden trap you cannot see the shape of will always, in the end, be sprung by your own mercy, because the enemy has arranged for the springing to look like the only decent thing left to do. The battle in its first 3 hours was a butcher's account and nothing more, and the account ran against the north. Numbers are numbers. 18,000 men in a shield wall are a wall, but 58,000 men have 3 times the wall to spend, and Jaime Lannister led the Crimson Van into the northern left with a fury of horse that folded it back a quarter-mile and did not stop folding it. And the Great John's line held, and Meech Mormont's line held, and Robb's 3,000 horse bought the center with their own blood, and still it bent and bent. And by the 3rd hour the northern host was a crescent being slowly closed upon by a host that could afford to lose 4 men to kill 1, and was doing exactly that, methodically, the way Tywin did everything, and the dead were stacking in windrows on the trampled autumn grass, and most of them wore gray. And Jon, a mile up on Nyrax in the cold, clean silence above the slaughter, watched his people die in numbers his book would take a week to hold, and did the thing Tywin had built a plane and a year and 40 hidden engines to make him do. He brought the dragons down. The first pass was the last glory of it, the last time it was the thing from the songs. All 3 came down together out of the high cold in a single stoop, Nyrax black in the center and Brander bronze on the left and Sarah pale on the right. And they came down the length of the Lannister line at the height of a church spire with their throats already open. And for the length of one enormous breath the war below them stopped being a war and became the oldest thing in the world, the thing Aegon had done at the Field of Fire in Harrenhal, the thing the whole realm had spent 300 years half forgetting to be afraid of. Fire from the sky, a river of it, red, black, and green, gold, and blue-white braided together into a single roaring flood that ran down the crimson line, and turned rank upon rank of the greatest army in the world into a screaming wall of flame. And the heat of it rolled out across the whole plain, so that even the Northmen a quarter-mile off flinched from it. And 18,000 gray soldiers who had been dying all morning lifted their heads and roared, because the fire was theirs, the terror was theirs. The thing in the sky was on their side. Then Tywin Lannister dropped his hidden screens, and 40 scorpions loosed into a sky that had forgotten how to be afraid. Jon heard it before he understood it, a sound like 40 doors slamming at once, and then the air around the 3 dragons was full of iron, bolts as long as a man ripping up through the smoke, and most of them missed, because a dragon in flight is a hard mark even for an engine built to kill 1, and 2 of them did not miss. One struck Nyrax high on the shoulder and skated off the black scale there with a shriek of iron on iron and a spray of sparks, drawing a line of black blood but not biting, because Nyrax was the biggest and his scale over the shoulder was thicker than a shield. And one struck Sarah. It took her through the wing. Jon felt it. That was the thing no one who has not carried a dragon can be made to understand. He felt it go through her, the iron through the great membrane of her right wing, a bar of white agony that was hers, and was his because there had stopped being a clean line between them when he was 5. And Sarah screamed the sound a dragon makes only once in its life if it is fortunate, and folded in the air and fell. She fell 300 feet with one wing shredded and the other beating wild, spinning, trailing blood and blue fire, and she came down not gently onto the plain among the Lannister engines that had shot her, and the fall would not have killed her. A dragon is built to survive a fall, but the men were there. The Scorpion crews and the reserve foot Tywin had held exactly there for exactly this, and they swarmed her where she thrashed on the ground with her wing ruined. And Jon, a quarter-mile off and 1,000 feet up, saw through the link that was hers and the axes come down, the spears go in at the soft places, the men of the West climbing onto his sister to kill her while she screamed, and the last clean thing in the boy that Ned Stark had raised went out like a snuffed candle. And what came down off the sky in its place was the thing his uncle had been afraid of since the crypt. He would never be able to say afterward that he did not know what he was doing. He knew. That was the horror he carried out of the field below Harrenhal, worse than Marchford, worse than the woman at the well, that he was entirely present for all of it, cold and clear and precise, and chose every stroke. Nyrax fell on the men, killing Sarah, and Jon burned them. And that was war. They were killing his dragon, and he stopped them killing his dragon, and if it had ended there, no man could have named it a crime. It did not end there. The Scorpion crews, seeing the Black Death come down on their fellows, did the thing that men do, which is throw down their axes and run. And some of them fell to their knees in the churned, bloody grass with their empty hands over their heads, and screamed the surrender that Jon had spared 100 times, at Sheepshorn and the Kettle and Marchford, the kneeling men, the ones his uncle had made him swear about on his mother's grave. And Jon burned them anyway. He burned the ones who ran, and he burned the ones who knelt, and he burned the ones who threw themselves flat and wept, 800 men and more, the whole of Tywin's engine corps and the reserve that had swarmed his sister. And he did it not in a red haze but in a cold white clarity, hunting them across a quarter-mile of field with Nyrax low and methodical, closing his hand again and again on men who had already surrendered. Because they had hurt the thing that was half his soul, and some new arithmetic had woken in him that said the old arithmetic was a lie he had told himself to feel clean. And this was the true sum. This was what the fire was for, and it felt, God's help him, it felt like relief. Ned saw it. Ned had fought his way to a rise on the northern right with the Great Jon and 40 men and a broken lance, and he stood there in the smoke with his sister's son's fire washing the field, and understood exactly what he was watching, because he had been watching for it for 12 years, and he had prayed at the Kettle after Sheepshorn that this day would never come, that the carrying would hold, that the boy would never once be able to open his hand over a kneeling man and feel nothing worse than grief. And here it was at last, the thing under the crown, and Ned Stark stood in the smoke below Harrenhal and watched Aegon Targaryen become, for the space of a quarter hour, exactly the king the whole realm had always feared a Targaryen with dragons would be, and he could not reach him, and he could not stop him, and all he could do was mark the hour and grieve, and get ready to say the thing that would have to be said after, if there was going to be an after worth having. Robb reached him first. Robb, blood to the elbow, unhorsed on foot, sprinted through the routing wreckage of the greatest army in the world, screaming his brother's name up at a sky that could not hear him over the fire, and it was not Robb's voice that reached Jon in the end. It was Sarah's silence. She had stopped screaming. The link had gone quiet, not dead, quiet. The dragon exhausted past sound, alive, bleeding, ruined-winged but alive, folded on the field where she had fallen with her sides heaving. And into that quiet at last, the cold white clarity cracked, and Jon came back into himself 1,000 feet up over a field of 800 men he had burned after they knelt, and understood what he had done, and did not fall out of the sky only because Nyrax would not let him. He brought Nyrax down beside Sarah and slid off the wing and ran to her and put his hands on her ruined wing. And she turned her great pale head and looked at him with an eye gone milky with pain, and made a sound low in her throat that was not a scream, that was almost, terribly, a purr, the sound she had made as a hatchling in the crypt when he warmed her. And Jon knelt in the blood-soaked grass with his sister's head in his lap, and the smell of 800 surrendered men in his hair, and wept. And that was how his uncle found him, and how the North found its king at the end of the battle it had won, not standing in triumph over the greatest victory since the conquest, but on his knees in the mud, holding a wounded dragon, weeping for the men he had murdered and had wanted to murder and had, for a quarter of an hour, been glad to murder, which was the worst of the three and the one he would carry longest. They won. The account, when the counters had crawled the field for 2 days, was the largest victory Westeros had seen since the Field of Fire, and no one who had been there could bear to call it glorious. Of Tywin's 58,000, better than 19,000 lay dead on the plain below Harrenhal, and near 12,000 more had thrown down their arms and been taken, and the rest had broken and run west in the dusk, and Tywin Lannister had gone with them, because Tywin Lannister was not a man who died on a field to make a point. He was a man who lost an army and kept his head and went home to think, and he did exactly that, extracting some 20,000 from the wreck of the greatest host in the world, and marching them back toward the Golden Tooth in cold good order, giving up the field, the campaign, and the riverlands, and giving up nothing else. Of the North's 18,000, near 4,000 were dead or dying, because the shield wall had bled for 3 hours before the fire ever came down, and the dragons had won the battle, but the men had won the morning, and the North knew the difference and grieved its own. And of the 800 kneeling men, there was nothing to count, because fire leaves nothing countable, and Jon wrote the number in his book anyway, the whole 800. Under a line he drew heavier than any other line in the book, and beside it he wrote no excuse, because there was none. And a king who writes himself excuses is a king who has already started down the road to his grandfather. Jaime Lannister had led the Crimson Van, and it had done everything his father asked of it, folded the northern left, held the center, bled the enemy white for 3 hours, and none of it had mattered, because a single bolt through a dragon's wing had bought his father a quarter hour of a boy's grief and lost him the war entire. Jaime pulled what was left of his horse out of the wreck in the dusk, and sat his lathered stallion on a low rise and looked back across the plain below Harrenhal, and what he saw there he had no words for, and Jaime Lannister had words for most things. He had watched a man burn people alive before. He was the only living soul in Westeros who had watched it up close, at the source, and he had ended it the only way it could be ended, with a golden cloak and a white one and a sword put through a mad king's back, and he had spent 12 years being called Kingslayer by men who had never once smelled what he smelled in the throne room the day Aerys decided his whole city should burn with him. He knew the smell now, riding the wind off the field. He knew it precisely. 800 men, kneeling, hands raised, burning. He had killed a king to stop exactly that, and here it was again, done by a boy of 15 wearing a dead prince's face. And James sat his horse in the failing light, and felt a thing he had believed the war had burned out of him for good. The old sick certainty that the realm made these creatures over and over, dragon kings and mad kings and fire falling out of the sky, and that the men who tried to stop them got named oath-breakers for their trouble, and that there was no bottom to it, only the next king and the next burning. Then his outrider, a boy of Lannisport who had crawled back off the northern line with an arrow in his shoulder, told him the other half. The half Jaime turned over the whole cold ride west and could not make lie flat against everything he knew of dragon kings. that the northern boy had come down out of the sky when it was done, and knelt in the mud and wept, that he had buried the dead after, theirs alongside his own, that he kept a book of them. Ares had never wept. Ares had laughed. Jaime had stood in the smoke of the men Ares burned, and listened to the king of the seven kingdoms laugh like a child on his name day. And in the end it was the laughing, more than the burning, that had put the sword in his hand. A king who burned 800 men and laughed was a thing you killed and slept sound after. A king who burned 800 men and then wept over a wounded dragon and wrote their names in a book was a thing Jaime Lannister had never met in all his long study of kings, and did not know how to hate, and could not therefore quite bring himself to want dead. And he rode west toward his father's ruin, turning it over, thinking for the first time since a throne room and a mad king that perhaps the realm had at last made something it had not made before. Ned said it to him that night in the command tent, with Sarah's great bulk breathing raggedly outside where the maesters and the smiths worked by torchlight to draw the iron and stitch the wing, the two of them alone, the uncle and the king. "I saw," Ned said. "There was no gentling it, and he did not try. The whole host saw. You broke your own law in front of an army, Jon. You burned men on their knees. Not in a red rage. I've seen red rage I could forgive. You did it cold. You hunted them. I watched you do it, and I watched you like it. And if I am any judge of the thing I have spent 12 years dreading, you have to hear the next part from me, and not from a singer or a septon, or your own soft heart at 3 in the morning, so hear it. That was the day. That was the exact day I have been afraid of since I drew a knife over 3 eggs in a crypt. And it came, and you did the thing, and now the only question left in the whole world that matters is the one you have to answer. Not me, not the gods. Is that who you are now? Or was it an hour, a wound, a sister on the ground, an hour you'll carry the rest of your life and never repeat? Because I will follow the second man to the Iron Throne and past it, and the first one I will put down myself, as I promised you I would on the day you gave me leave. And I am old, and it would likely be the last thing I ever did, and I would do it, because I did not raise you to become the thing I hid you to keep the realm safe from." Jon did not defend himself. That was the thing that let Ned breathe again later, when he had leisure to breathe, that the boy did not reach for a single excuse. "It felt like relief," Jon said, staring at his own hands. "That's the part I can't. When I close my eyes, it's not the men. It's that it felt good. It felt like setting down a weight I'd been carrying since I was 11, the weight of always having to open my hand and let them live. For a quarter of an hour I put the weight down, and it felt like flying. And I know what that means. I know exactly what that means." He looked up, and his mother's gray eyes were dry now, and old, and there was a man behind them where a boy had been that morning. "It means I could be him. Not my father, him. The one in the songs, in the hall, the wildfire. I've got it in me, uncle. It's not a story, it's in my blood, and I felt it wake up, and it felt like coming home. So here's your answer, and it's the only one I've got, and it's not the clean one you want." He stood. "I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure that hour stays an hour. I can't promise you it'll never come again, because I'd be lying, and I've watched you not lie to me my whole life, and I won't start lying to you now. But I'll write every one of them in the book, and I'll carry it, and the day I stop being able to carry it, the day I can put the weight down and sleep, you keep the knife sharp." That's my answer. It's the same answer I gave you on the hill when I was 12, except now I've felt the thing, and I mean it more, because now I know exactly what I'm promising to fight, and it lives in me, and it has my father's fire and my grandfather's smile, and I am going to beat it every single day for the rest of my life, and some days I'm going to lose, and on the days I lose you have my leave. That's all a man can give. It's more than my grandfather ever gave anyone." Ned Stark looked at his sister's son for a long time in the torchlight, and then he did the thing that answered him, the only thing that could. He crossed the tent and took the boy who was a king and a murderer and his sister's last living piece of the world into his arms and held him hard, as he had held him on the kettle shelf after sheepshorn, and said into his hair, "Then we carry it together, the way Robb wanted to and you wouldn't let him. You don't get to carry this one alone. That's the one order I'll give a king. Now go and sit with your dragon, she's asking for you. I can hear it in how she's breathing." Sarah lived. It was 3 weeks before she could fly, and she never flew again quite as she had. A hitch in the right wing that would be with her the rest of her long life, so that ever after she flew a little canted, a little wrong. The swiftest of the three made forever slightly slower by the field below Harrenhal, and Jon never once looked at that canted flight without the book opening in his mind to the heavy line and the 800, which was, perhaps, the point, and perhaps the only justice available. Far to the west, at the Golden Tooth, Tywin Lannister received the tallies of his own disaster with a face that gave nothing, and listened to his surviving captains, and then he turned to his youngest son, who had ridden out of the wreck at his side and had said, that whole cold retreat, exactly one thing: "I told you the omen." "You told me the omen," Tywin said. "Now tell me the sum. You have read more of them than I have. What does a man do when he cannot win in the field?" And Tyrion Lannister, who had watched a boy of 15 burn 800 kneeling men and then weep in the mud over a wounded dragon, and who had understood, watching it, something about the northern king that his father with all his cold genius had missed, poured himself wine and said, "You stopped trying to win in the field. He beat your army, father, but did you watch what he did after? He wept. He buried his own dead and the enemy's. He kept a book. That is not a boy who wants to burn the world. That is a boy who is terrified of himself and looking, desperately, for a reason not to be his grandfather. So you do not fight him. You do not treat with him as an enemy, because an enemy he can burn without losing sleep. You go to him as the thing his whole soul is starving for, which is a man who will tell him the truth and help him not become the monster he's afraid of, and you make yourself so useful to the not becoming that he cannot afford to lose you. The rock cannot beat him, but the rock might survive him if one of us is clever enough to become the mirror he checks himself in. Send me. I am the most expendable thing you own and the best read, and I have just watched the future of Westeros weep over a dragon, and I would very much like to live through what comes next, which means I would like to be standing next to the fire instead of in front of it." Tywin Lannister looked at his dwarf son for a long, cold moment, and did not say yes, and did not say no, and began to lose, for the first time, a game he did not yet know he had already lost, because the throne was within the Northern King's reach now. The largest army in the world was broken and streaming home, and the only thing standing between a boy of 15 and the Iron Throne was a broken lord in a litter, a dying peace, and the length of the Kingsroad to a cold and waiting chair. Chapter 7 in Chapter 8. The Rose, the Sun, and the Stag's Last Card. After Harrenhal, the whole south of Westeros became a room full of men doing sums, and Jon spent the year that followed learning that the harder war was not the one with dragons in it. He had broken the largest army in the world. That was the easy part, and he understood now why his uncle had always spoken of battles as the small change of a war. The Riverlands were his, the crossings were his, the Trident was his, and the Crownlands lay open before him with nothing between his host and the cold, empty throne but distance, and the question of who would come to terms and who would have to be broken. And the answer to that question was not going to be decided by fire. It was going to be decided by 4 or 5 families in the rich, soft South doing the arithmetic Tywin Lannister had done too late, and Jon set himself to give each of them a sum that came out his way, which meant he had to become, at 16, a thing he had never trained to be, which was patient. He held his court at Harrenhal, which some of his lords thought was madness, and Jon thought was the entire point. The castle Balerion had melted, the monument to the last dragon conquest, the place every Southron lord had learned to fear at his mother's knee. He cleared the rubble of the Kingspire Tower and roofed a hall in the ruin of it, and received the great powers of the realm there, under stone that still ran in frozen rivulets where a dragon had melted it 300 years before, and every lord who came to treat with him climbed to that hall past the evidence of what happened to men who did not, and Jon never once mentioned it, and never had to. The Reach came first, because the Reach always went where the wind and the money went, and they had both by then decided to go north. Olenna Tyrell was 70-odd years old and had buried a husband and most of her illusions, and had run the richest kingdom in Westeros from behind her fool son's chair for 40 years, and she came up the melted stair of Harrenhal on her grandson's arm, and looked at the frozen stone runnels and said loudly to no one, "Well." Someone made his point about the masonry, and Jon liked her at once, which he distrusted in himself, because he had learned that the people he liked at once were usually the ones about to cost him the most. Her son Mace did the talking, which meant Olenna did the talking, because Mace Tyrell was a large, pleasant vacancy who said whatever his mother had last said to him with the timing slightly wrong. He spoke of the Reach's love for the true dragon line, and its horror at the Lannister crimes, and its 80,000 swords, and its granaries, and Jon let him roll through all of it, and then spoke past him to the old woman, because there was no sense negotiating with the echo when the voice was sitting right there peeling a fig. "Your granaries," Jon said. "That's the thing you came to sell, my lady, and it's the thing I most need to buy. So let's neither of us waste the afternoon pretending it's about love of my father's house. I've got 3 dragons and 18,000 tired Northmen, and a country I've half-eaten feeding my own war. You've got the barley that feeds half the realm and 80,000 men who have done nothing this whole war but watch. Together those 2 things are the Iron Throne. Apart, they're a boy with dragons and a fat kingdom waiting to be somebody's prize. We both know the shape of the deal. The only question is the price, so name it, and let's not do the part where your son tells me about roses." Olenna Tyrell put down her fig and looked at him with her old sharp eyes for a while. "The price is my granddaughter on your throne," she said. "Margaery. She's clever, cleverer than every man in this hall including you, and she's been raised to be a queen since she could walk, and the Reach follows where its rose is planted. Marry her, put a Tyrell beside the Iron Throne and Tyrell blood in the line after you, and you'll never want for bread or swords again, and I'll deliver you the whole South by harvest, without your having to burn a single field of it. Refuse her, and the Reach discovers a sudden deep loyalty to whatever's left of the old peace, and you spend 3 more years and half your dragon's patience taking by fire what I'm offering you for a wedding. There's the sum. I've done the courtesy of making it plain, which I do for almost no one, so mind you value it." Jon was 16, and he did not pretend to feelings he could not afford, and he did not pretend the offer touched none. He knew what he was, and what he was building, and that a king's marriage was a treaty with a person's name on it, and that he had no more right to spend his own heart freely than he had to spend the realm's barley freely, and that both of them belonged now to the thing he was making. He also knew that Margaery Tyrell, whom he had not met, was a girl of his own years being sold across a melted hall exactly as he was being bought, and that neither of them had been asked, and that this was the oldest and coldest transaction in the world, and he was now old enough to be on the buying side of it. "I'll not lie to your granddaughter, and I'll not have her lied to," he said at last. "So here's my counter, my lady, and it's the truest thing I'll say today. A betrothal, announced, binding the Reach to me and me to the Reach, sealed before the realm. But the wedding waits until this war is won and there's a throne worth sitting, and I'm a man grown and she's a woman grown, and the 2 of us have stood in a room and decided ourselves, whether there's anything in it worth more than the barley. I'll not marry a child to win a war, not even to win this one, and I'll not shame a clever girl by making her a treaty she never signed. She gets a voice. That's my price on your price. The Reach gets its place beside the throne, blood in the line, everything you came for. But the girl gets to be a person in it and not just a seal. And if that's too dear for you, then you value your granddaughter less than I already do, and I'll wonder what else you'd sell cheap. The old woman looked at him a long moment, and something moved behind the sharp eyes that might, in a younger face, have been surprise. You're going to be difficult, she said. I can see it already. All right, dragon boy. A betrothal and the girl gets her voice and the Reach gets its place. You've made a harder bargain than you know, because now she'll actually like you. And a Tyrell who likes you is far more expensive than one who's merely been sold to you. Done. She held out a hand thin as birch twigs, and Jon took it. And the richest kingdom in Westeros, its swords and its bread and its rose, came over to the dragon in a melted hall. And the war was 2/3 won before Dorne had even arrived. Jon met Margaery Tyrell 2 days later, because he had made it a term of the treaty that he would, and because a promise made to an old woman about a girl having a voice is worth nothing if the girl never gets to use it in a room with the man it concerns. She came to the melted hall without her grandmother, which told him something, and she looked at the frozen stone runnels and did not remark on them, which told him more, and she sat across from him with her hands folded, and her clever face arranged into precisely the expression a person wears when she has decided to find out whether the man she is being sold to is a fool. My grandmother says you made her pay extra to let me talk to you, Margaery said. She's still cross about it. She says a bride who's been consulted costs twice what one who's merely been bought costs. I wanted to see the man who talked the Reach into a discount on its own granddaughter. And I'm reserving judgment, which is more than most men earn from me in the first minute. She tilted her head. You could have had the cheaper bride. Silent, grateful, decorative. Every king before you would have taken her and counted himself shrewd. Why didn't you? Because I've spent my whole life being a thing other people decided the use of, Jon said, and I found I didn't want a queen who'd been made the same way, sitting beside me and hating me quietly for 40 years. I'd rather have someone who chose it, even knowing that choosing it means she might one day choose against me. A partner you've cornered isn't a partner. She's a wall that might fall on you in your sleep. Margaery Tyrell studied him a while, and something behind the clever face recalculated. That is either the wisest thing a king has ever said to me or the most patient trap, she said. And I can't tell which almost never happens to me, so I'll tell you what I told my grandmother. I'll marry you when the war's won, if by then I judge there's a person under the crown worth marrying and not only a good bargain. You get the same right, in reverse. We each spend the war deciding, and neither of us pretends it's a love song. And if we're both still willing at the end of it, we'll make the best ruling pair the realm has seen since the old king and his good queen, precisely because we'll have chosen it with our eyes open. And if not, the Reach still stands with you and I still keep my voice, and we'll at least have been honest with each other, which is rarer than crowns. She rose. Try not to die before the wedding. I've decided I want to see how you turn out. Dorne arrived like a blade drawn slow, and Dorne was the negotiation Jon had lost sleep over, because Dorne was the one where he was in the wrong before he opened his mouth. Oberyn Martell came up the melted stair alone, but for a single companion, a tall Norvoshi woman who never spoke and never left his shoulder, and he did not look at the frozen stone or make a joke of it. He walked into the ruined hall and looked at the boy on the improvised seat with the two bloods in his face, the Stark and the Targaryen, and Prince Oberyn's whole clever mouth went flat and still, because he was looking at Rhaegar's son, and Rhaegar was the man who had set aside Oberyn's sister Elia for a northern girl, and started a war over it, and left Elia and her two small children in a city that Tywin Lannister's men had then entered with knives. "Do you know," Oberyn said, without greeting, without preamble, in the light, dangerous voice of a man who has rehearsed his rage until it has gone quiet, "what the mountain that rides did to my sister in the sack of King's Landing, while your grandfather's throne still held her by law as a princess of the realm? Do you know what he did to her children? Your father's children, boy. Rhaenys. And a babe they called Aegon, who would be your elder brother, half of him, the one your father made before he threw my sister aside and made you. Do you know the details? Because I do. I have carried them for 16 years, everyone, and I did not ride the length of Westeros to a melted castle to bend my knee to the son of the man who put my sister in that room. I came to look at his face, and to ask him one question. So, look back at me, Rhaegar's son, and do not flinch, because if you flinch I have my answer and I go home and Dorne joins whoever is left to fight you." The hall had gone silent. Ned had come half out of his seat. Jon put out a hand to still him and did not take his eyes off the Red Viper. "I know the details," Jon said. "I made myself learn them when I learned who I was. I didn't want to. My uncle told me it was a mercy not to know, and I told him a king doesn't get mercies. So yes, I know what Gregor Clegane did to Elia Martell and to Rhaenys and to the boy who shared my name and half my blood in a room in a burning city on the orders of Tywin Lannister, who I have already broken once in a field and who I mean to break the rest of the way before I'm done. I know that my father wronged your sister. I won't stand here and pretty it. Rhaegar Targaryen set aside a good woman who had given him 2 children, for reasons he thought were written in a prophecy, and he was wrong, prophecy or no. A man doesn't get to break a living woman's life over a song, and the whole realm paid for it, and your sister paid most of all, and I am the child he made out of that wrong. That's true. I can't unbe it." He leaned forward. "But you asked me one question, and I don't think it was any of the ones you said. I think the question you rode here to ask is whether the son is the father. Whether I'll set aside my debts as he set aside your sister. So here's your answer, Prince Oberyn, and I'll make it a debt in front of my whole court so you can hold me to it. Give me Dorne, and I give you the mountain. Not his death sung soft in a bargain and quietly forgotten. Gregor Clegane, alive, delivered to you, to answer to you, in whatever coin you and your sister's ghost decide he owes. And Tywin Lannister brought to a reckoning for the order he gave. I can't give Elia back her life. No one can. But I can give her the thing my father never gave her, which is a son of his blood who says her name out loud in his own hall and calls what was done to her murder and pays the debt of it in full. That's what I've got. It's not enough. Nothing's enough. But it's more than anyone's offered Dorne in 16 years, and every word of it is true, and you're a man who can hear when a thing is true." Oberyn Martell stood very still in the melted hall, and the quiet went on a long time, and Ned, watching, understood that his sister's son had done the one thing that might work and could as easily have gotten a poisoned spear in his throat. He had refused to flatter, and refused to grovel, and had simply told a grieving man the truth, and offered him the one thing grief actually wants, which is not comfort but the debt paid. "You say her name better than your father ever did," Oberyn said finally, and his voice had cracked somewhere in the middle of it. He never said it at all at the end. He rode past her to his northern girl and his war and his song, and he never once. The Red Viper stopped and mastered himself, and when he spoke again the danger had gone out of his voice and left only the old exhaustion of a man who has carried a stone 16 years and just felt someone offer to help hold it. "Dorne is yours, for the mountain, for Tywin, for the debt paid in full and in public as you've sworn it in your own hall in front of your own lords. Break that oath and there is no wall thick enough, dragons or no, you understand me. But keep it." He looked at the frozen stone runnels for the first time since he'd entered. "Keep it, and you'll have done what 300 years of Targaryens never managed, which is give Dorne a reason to love a dragon. Spears and roads and poison and the loyalty of a people who forget nothing. It's a great deal to buy with a single true sentence, Rhaegar's son. Mind you remember it was true. On the day it becomes expensive to keep. Jon Arryn's envoy came under a peace banner in the last days of the summit. An old knight of the Vale bearing a letter in the failing hand of the old hand himself. And it was the only message Jon received in all that year that made him leave the hall to read it alone. Jon Arryn had kept the cold peace breathing for 16 years with nothing but letters and old friendships, and the stubborn decency of a man who could not stand to watch the realm bleed. And the letter was that man's last work. It did not threaten, and it did not bluster. It laid out, in a hand that shook, a bloodless end. That the old alliance was broken and Arryn knew it, that Tywin was beaten and Dorne and the Reach were turned, that there was no host left in Westeros that could stop the dragon, and the old man was too honest to pretend otherwise. So let the realm be spared a sack. Let the boy come to King's Landing not as a conqueror over Ash but as a king to an open gate. Arryn would deliver the Vale's submission, and the Storm Lords too if he could compass it, and spare 100,000 small folk the fate of Marchford. And he asked nothing in return, but that the boy who kept a book of his dead be allowed to let an old man's last act in this world be the saving of lives instead of the spending of them. Jon wrote back in his own hand, and what he wrote he showed no one. But the old knight who bore it south said the northern king's eyes were wet when he pressed the seal, and that he pressed it careful, like a thing that mattered. Whatever it said, it did not turn the tide that was coming, because the letter carried one flaw the honest old man could not write his way around. It could deliver the Vale, and it could deliver the Storm Lords, but it could not deliver Robert Baratheon, who by then answered to no peace and no arithmetic and no old friend any longer, but only to the grief that had fed on him for 16 years, and who was already on the King's Road in his war litter, being carried toward the throne, past every careful line Jon Arryn had ever written, to wait on the steps of it for the reckoning that no honest man alive could talk the two of them out of. The stag played his last card that night at the feast, and it was Dorne, freshly won, that saved the dragon from it. There was a servant, a Riverlands man taken on in the confusion after Harrenhal, who had been paid through the usual cutouts, coin traced later to a factor in Gultown, which is to say to the Vale, which is to say to the last hard remnant of the old alliance that could not beat Jon in the field, and had decided in its desperation to end him at a table instead. The man had the widow's blood, a lysine poison colorless in wine, and he served it to the high table in the melted hall, to the king's cup, in the third hour of a feast meant to seal the new-made peace of half the realm. Oberyn Martell had spent 16 years becoming the most learned poisoner in Westeros, because he had sworn to one day poison the men who killed his sister. And a man who has made poison his life study does not sit at a strange table without watching the cups, and he saw the servant's hand hesitate over the king's wine in a way that no honest hand ever hesitates, and he was on his feet, and across the high table with a speed no one at that feast forgot. And he struck the cup from Jon's hand before it reached his mouth, and the wine ran red across the melted stone, and the servant ran and did not get far, because a hall full of Northmen is a poor place to run. They took him alive. They took him alive because Jon, wine-splashed and unhurt and cold as the god's eye in winter, ordered it, over the roar of a hall that wanted the man torn apart, and they questioned him through the night, and the trail ran exactly where everyone already knew it ran. Not to Tywin, who was beaten and knew it and did not waste poison, and not to the Reach or Dorne, who had just bought their futures at his table, but to the last men standing in the ruin of Robert's rebellion, the Vale and the Storm lands, and the hard old core of the men who had ridden against the Targaryens 16 years ago and could not make themselves stop. Jon Arryn had not ordered it. Jon learned that much and believed it, because it had the wrong shape for the old man, who had spent his whole life trying to keep the realm from exactly this kind of ending. It was Robert. A letter, taken off a captured rider a fortnight later, confirmed it in the broken hand of a man dictating from a litter. Robert Baratheon, who could no longer ride to battle, who could no longer stand for more than the space of a rage, had spent the last of his rebellion's coin on a cup of poison at a wedding feast, because it was the only blow left that a ruined man could strike at the thing he hated most in the world, which was the living proof that Lyanna had loved someone else. "He tried to have me murdered at a table," Jon said to Ned, in the gray hour after, the two of them alone with the spilled wine dried black on the melted floor. "Your friend, my mother's whatever he was to her. He'd rather poison me at a feast than face me. And the worst of it is I understand him. That's the part I can't get past, Uncle. I understand him completely. He loved her, and I'm the proof she chose the man he killed. And every day I'm alive is a day the whole world knows Robert Baratheon lost the only thing he ever wanted to a silver prince. He then beat to death in a river. And it changed nothing because she still died, and the prince still won in the only way that mattered, which is that she wanted him. I'd hate me too. I do hate me some nights for less." "Don't," Ned said, and there was iron in it. "Don't you climb into that man's grief and make it a home. Robert Baratheon has spent 16 years turning a broken heart into a broken realm, and the difference between him and you, the only difference that has ever mattered, is that you keep a book of your dead and he keeps a list of his grievances, and a man is what he chooses to carry. He carries a grievance. You carry the dead. Do not envy him his grief. Pity it if you must, but do not envy it, because grief that will not do anything but hurt other people is not love, whatever the singers say. It's just hunger wearing love's face." He put his hand on his sister's son's shoulder. "You want to honor what your mother felt. Then be the thing worth the choosing. Robert would have made her a broodmare and a monument. Your father made her a widow and a legend and left her son a war. Be better than both the men who fought over her. That's the only revenge worth having, and it's the only one she'd have wanted, and it's the hardest one there is, and you've been doing it since you were 5. By the last moon of the year the shape of the war was finished, though the war itself was not. The reach was Jon's, its bread and its 80,000 and its rose. Dorne was Jon's, its spears and its poison and its patient hate, sworn to him in the coin of a promised reckoning. The riverlands were his by conquest and, after Marchford, half by love. The north had been his from the start. The Freys hedged, as Freys hedge, and would fall into line the hour it was safe. Even Roose Bolton, who had been quietly sounded by the Vale's agents about the price of a knife in the dark, had done his cold sum and declined, because Jon was winning, and Roose Bolton did not put money on a losing hand, and Jon knew he had been sounded, and knew Bolton had declined for arithmetic and not for love, and kept the pale Lord close and watched, and let the matter wait, because a king cannot afford to punish every man who merely considered betraying him, only the ones who chose it. That left the Vale and the Storm lands and King's Landing and the Cold Throne and the broken man who had spent his last coin on poison and had none left to spend but himself. Robert Baratheon, when the poison failed, did the only thing a man like Robert had left to do. He had himself lifted onto a specially built litter, a war litter, a thing his maester swore would kill him inside a month on the road, and he had it carried out of Storm's End and north toward King's Landing, 16 years after he had last left it, to sit in the capital he had bled the realm to take and never claimed, and to wait there in the melted and mended Red Keep. On the steps of the throne he had refused to sit because sitting it without Lyanna had seemed to him a joke the gods were playing. For the arrival of the boy who was everything, he had lost wearing a crown he had thrown away. "Tell the dragon I'll be waiting," Robert said to the rider he sent north, the last message of the rebellion, dictated gray-faced and shaking from a litter jolting up the King's Road. "Tell him I couldn't kill him at a table and I'm too broken to kill him in a field, so I'll do the one thing I've got left, which is make him come to me, to the Red Keep, to the throne, and look me in the eye before he takes it. He wants Westeros. He can have it, but he's going to have to walk past me to sit that chair, Rhaegar's son with Lyanna's face, and I'm going to be sitting on the steps of it when he does, and we'll finally see, whether the boy she died for has the stomach to put down a cripple to get his throne, or whether he's soft, whether he's her, whether there's enough of my Lyanna in him that he can't do the hard, cold thing his father would have done without blinking. Tell him that. Tell him the stag's got one antler left and he's going to have to break it himself, in front of everyone on the steps of the throne, if he wants the crown clean. Tell him I said welcome home." The rider carried it north, and it reached Jon at Harrenhal in the frozen hall, and Jon read it in the melted stone light with his lords around him, and the whole conquered south at his back. And he understood that the last battle of his war was not going to be fought with dragons at all. It was going to be fought on a flight of steps, with words against a ruined man who had arranged, with the last cunning of a dying appetite, for their reckoning to be the one thing Jon could not win by fire. A choice, made in front of the realm between the Stark in him and the Targaryen, between the mercy that would look like weakness and the hard stroke that would look like his grandfather, with a crown as the prize and Lyanna's ghost as the judge. Robert Baratheon could no longer beat him, but Robert Baratheon had found, in the wreck of himself, the one move left on the board that could still cost the dragon something, and he had played it, and now he was being carried, dying, toward the throne, to wait on its steps for the boy to come and pay. Chapter 8 in Chapter 9. The Storm and the Dragon. The road from Harrenhal to King's Landing was 180 miles, and Jon walked it in the winter of his 17th year at the head of the largest army Westeros had assembled since the conquest, and he spent almost none of its fire, because the boy who had burned 800 kneeling men below Harrenhal had become, in the year since, a king who counted the cost of every flame before he loosed it, and the counting had become the whole of who he was. His host had swollen past 40,000 with the Reach vanguard and the Riverlands levies and the north that had started it, and behind that host the rest of the Reach's 80,000 came on in a second wave with the wagons of barley that meant, for the first time in the war, that Jon did not have to hollow out the country he crossed to feed it. He noticed the difference in himself before he noticed it anywhere else. A well-fed conqueror is a patient one. He offered terms to every holdfast on the King's Road, and most of them, having heard what happened at Marchford and what happened after at Marchford, opened their gates, and the few that did not he invested and starved rather than burned, because a siege of days cost him time and a dragon cost him a town, and he had learned at last to spend the cheaper coin. The veil folded without a battle, which was Jon Arryn's last gift to the realm. The old man could not deliver Robert, but he could deliver the knights of the Vale, and he did, riding out himself from the bloody gate to lay the swords of the mountain at the feet of a king. He had spent his life trying to prevent, because he had weighed 100,000 small folk against his own pride and found, as honest men do, that the pride weighed nothing. He knelt in the snow of the King's Road, 70 years old, the man who had fostered Ned and Robert both, the last architect of the cold peace, and Jon came down off his horse and raised him up before his knee had fully touched the ground and said, quietly, so the host would not hear it, "You kept the realm alive 16 years so there'd be a realm left for me to save. I know what that cost you. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to be worth it." And Jon Arryn looked at Lyanna's face on a Targaryen king and could not speak, and that was the whole submission of the Vale, done in a snowdrift by two men who understood each other and grieved the same dead. The Storm Lords did not fold. That was the last field of the war, and it was Robert's kin who made it. Lord Eamon Estermont was Robert Baratheon's uncle, an old hard man of the narrow sea, and he gathered what the Storm lands had left, 15,000 men who would not abandon the last of the stag's blood, and he set them across the Kingsroad at the crossing of a stream called the Windwater, 40 miles from King's Landing, on ground where the road ran between marsh and wood so that Jon's numbers could not spread and his horse could not charge. And it was, Ned said, looking at the dispositions through the far eye, the cleverest ground any enemy had chosen since Tywin dug his scorpions into the plain below Harrenhal. He knows he can't win, Ned said. So he's not trying to. Look at it. He's trying to make you spend Jon, make it cost. Make you either grind 15,000 men who have nowhere to run through a whole day of your own blood, or bring the dragons down onto a wood full of marsh where the fire will spread and you'll burn men for a mile in every direction and it'll be Marchford again. Another 600 small folk in your book, 40 miles from the throne. That's the choice he's built. Grind or burn. He's a Baratheon. He can't beat you. So he's decided to make you show the realm, one last time before the throne, exactly what kind of king it's getting. Jon looked at the trap a long time, and then he did the thing that told Ned, more than any battle or any speech, that the boy from the crypt had finished becoming a king. He refused both choices Robert's uncle had built, and found a third that was slower and harder and cost him a week, and cost the enemy almost nothing but their position. He did not grind and he did not burn. He split his host and sent Robb with 15,000 and Howland Reed's Crannogmen the long way around through country the Storm Lord swore was impassable marsh. And the Crannogmen, who knew impassable marsh the way other men know their own halls, brought Robb's 15,000 out of the bog behind the Windwater line 6 days later. And Lord Estermont woke on the 7th morning to find his clever ground turned into a sack with his army in the bottom of it, cut off from King's Landing. Surrounded 3-1, with a dragon he had planned to make burn a wood now sitting on a hill above him doing nothing at all, patient, bronze, waiting, because it did not need to burn anything, because the king who carried it had already won the field with his feet instead of his fire. Jon offered terms even then. He rode out under a white banner himself, alone but for Ned, to the edge of the surrounded camp, and called for Lord Estermont, and offered the 15,000 their lives and their freedom for their submission, and told the old Storm Lord plainly that there was no King's Landing to retreat to that would open its gates in time, no relief coming, no Robert able to ride to their aid, nothing left but a choice between kneeling and dying for a grief that was not even their own. Lord Eamon Estermont, who was old and hard and had buried a great deal, looked at the boy with his dead nephew's enemy's face and said, "You're what, 16? 17. Last moon. 17. The old man shook his head. "I've fought 4 kings' wars, boy, and I've never once been beaten by a man who didn't have to spill my blood to do it. You had us. You had a dragon on the hill and 3 men to our 1, and you spent a week walking through a bog instead of an afternoon burning us, because burning us would have cost some small folk you've never met their lives and their fields. I don't understand you. Robert didn't understand you either. It's why he's dying in that keep instead of out here. But I'm too old to die for a thing I don't understand against a boy who just proved he'd rather beat me clever than easy." He unbuckled his sword belt and let it fall in the mud. "The Storm lands are done, Your Grace. We're the last of Robert's rebellion, and we surrender it to you here, in the mud, for our lives, because you offered them when you didn't have to, and a man who does that has already won the only kind of war worth winning. Go and see my nephew before he dies. Somebody who isn't full of hate should be in that room when it happens. Might as well be the boy his Lyanna died to make." 15,000 storm men laid down their arms at the windwater, and not one of them burned. And the last field of the war cost Jon 9 days and 200 dead in a bog skirmish and no town at all. And the story of it ran ahead of him to King's Landing faster than his host could march. That the Dragon King had trapped Robert's own uncle 3-1 and then let him live. That he beat armies now the way other men played Sivas, with position and patience, and spent his fire on nothing. And that whatever waited on the throne steps, the thing coming up the King's Road to claim it was no second Ares, whatever the frightened Septons said. Tyrion Lannister came into Jon's camp on the 10th night, alone, on a mule, having ridden east from the rock without his father's leave and with his father's despair. And he talked his way past the pickets by the simple method of being the only dwarf in Westeros, and announcing loudly that he had come to hand the northern king the keys to King's Landing, which was, it turned out, very nearly true. "My father will disown me for this," Tyrion said, sitting himself uninvited by Jon's fire with a skin of wine he had brought himself because he trusted no one else's, which is convenient because it means you get me and he doesn't, and I am, whatever else you've heard, the single most useful thing to come out of Casterly Rock since the gold. I watched you at Harrenhal, your grace. Not the battle. After. I watched a boy who just done the worst thing he'd ever done kneel in the mud and weep and start a book, and I said to my father, that is not a king you defeat. That is a king you attach yourself to before someone less scrupulous does. He didn't listen. He's the cleverest man in Westeros, and he's never once in his life understood that fear is only half of it. So here I am, the family disappointment, delivering the other half of the realm, and I'll tell you the price after, because first I have to tell you the thing that will keep you up nights, the thing I came 400 miles to tell you before you throw your dragons at that city. Because if you don't hear it first, you're going to kill 500,000 people by accident and spend the rest of your life in that book of yours. Jon looked at him across the fire. Ned had gone very still. Say it. Wildfire, Tyrion said, under the city. Your grandfather's parting gift to the realm he never got to burn. He drank. You know the story of the Mad King's End. Everyone knows half of it. My brother put a sword in Ares's back on the day of the sack. What the songs leave out is why. Ares had spent his last mad years having his pyromancers cache wildfire under King's Landing. Not a little. Thousands of jars. Under the Sept of Baelor, under the Dragon Pit, under the Guildhall, under the stables and the streets and the hovels of Flea Bottom. A whole second city of it, green and waiting, enough to turn every stone in King's Landing to ash and every soul in it to a candle. His plan, at the end, when he knew he'd lost, was to light it, burn them all, 500,000 people, so that he could die a king of ashes and cheat the victors of the prize. My brother killed him to stop it. Killed him and never told anyone why, and took the name Kingslayer and the whole realm's contempt rather than explain, because who'd believe it? And the caches. Tyrion spread his small hands. The caches are still there. 16 years. Nobody dug them out, because the cold peace was too busy not quite fighting to send men crawling under the city after 10,000 jars of stuff that goes off if you look at it unkindly. It's under the throne you're marching on. Right now. And there are pyromancers of the old guild still alive who know exactly where every jar sits, and at least one of them is inside those walls with Robert Baratheon, who is dying, and who has already tried to poison you at a feast, and who I would not, if I were you, assume has entirely ruled out finishing what your grandfather started, if it means the last thing Rhaegar's son ever inherits is a lake of green fire where a city used to be. The fire cracked. Somewhere out past the pickets, a dragon shifted its bulk and size. Jon sat looking into the flames, and Ned watched his sister's son understand the true shape of the thing waiting for him at the end of the road, and it was not an army and it was not a throne. It was a choice, The same choice his grandfather had faced and failed, dressed now in Jon's own colors. 500,000 people, and the fire, and the question of whether the blood of the dragon could stand on the threshold of the ashes and choose. This once, in the line's whole long burning history, not to light them. He wants me to storm it, Jon said slowly. Robert, that's the whole of his last move, isn't it? He can't beat me and he can't outlive me. So he's arranged it so that taking his city might light my grandfather's fire. And then I'm Aerys. I'm the Mad King's grandson who burned King's Landing. And every song for 1,000 years remembers me as the dragon who did the thing the Mad King only dreamed. And Lyanna's son dies a monster in the memory of the realm no matter that I win the throne. That's the trap under the trap. He doesn't need to kill me. He needs to make me kill them. Because if I burn King's Landing to take it, I've lost even if I win. And if I don't, if I hold my fire and grind through those walls the slow, bloody way with men and ladders while my dragons sit useless in the sky, then maybe some pyromancer of his lights it anyway, and either way the fire comes and either way it's got my name on it. He looked up, and his face was very calm, the crypt calm, his mother's calm. It's a good trap. It's the best one anyone's built me. Tywin built me a scorpion trap and Estermont built me a mud trap. And my dying Notuncle built me the only one that could still take everything, because he built it out of the one weakness he knows I've got, which is that I will not be my grandfather. He's betting the whole realm that being a Stark is a weakness he can kill me with. And the terrible thing, Tyrion, the thing that keeps me up already and I haven't even seen the walls yet, is that he might be right. Varys came to Jon's tent that same night, and no one saw him arrive, which was the whole of Varys. One moment the tent held only Jon and the guttering brazier, and the next there was a soft round man in a plain brown robe standing just inside the flap with his hands folded into his sleeves, and an expression of gentle apology on his powdered face, as though he had wandered in by mistake and would leave directly if it were any trouble. 2 Umber guards stood outside who would swear on their father's bones that no living thing had passed them. "Forgive the manner of it, your grace," the eunuch said. "I have spent so long being a secret that I've quite lost the knack of doors. We have that in common, you and I. I have been keeping your secret longer than anyone alive save your uncle, and I thought you should know it, since we are shortly to be either allies or the death of one another, and I prefer always to begin with honesty, which is so rare a luxury in my trade that I save it for occasions. You're the spider." Jon had not risen. "You've been in my story since I was a rumor, a shepherd's owl over a northern hill. My uncle traced a laundress back to you years ago. Poor Wisa, yes. Your uncle was kinder to her than my trade usually permits, and I marked him for it." Varys drifted a step nearer the brazier's warmth. "I have known there were dragons in the north since you were 9 years old, your grace, and I told no one. Not Jon or Ryn, not the Lannisters, no one at all. Does that not strike you as strange in a man whose whole life is the selling of exactly such things?" "It strikes me as a man saving a coin for the day it buys the most," Jon said. "Today being that day, so spend it. What do you want, and what are you selling?" Varys inclined his head, the small, pleased gesture of a teacher whose pupil has answered well. "I am selling you King's Landing, and the price is nothing you would miss. I want the realm to stop bleeding. That is the whole of what I have ever wanted, through 3 kings and 1 long false peace, and I have come to believe, at last, that you might be the one who makes it stop, which is a thing I have believed of no ruler since I was a boy with different equipment. My little birds are in that city, in the walls, in the guild hall, among the very pyromancers who tend your grandfather's caches. I can open a gate for you. I can set a knife beside every jar of wildfire in that city 1 hour before you enter it, so that no dying man's word can light them. I can hand you King's Landing whole and its 500,000 souls breathing, which I understand is the only condition on which you will consent to take it at all. In return, I ask only to go on doing the single thing I do, in the service of a king who might, for once in my long study of them, deserve it. I have watched them all. Ares, who burned. Robert, who broke. Your father, who dreamed. You are the first who counts the dead instead of the coin, and I find I should like to see what a king who counts can build before I die. And I have decided to spend my whole hoard buying the chance to watch. Robert Baratheon waited in the Red Keep, and dying took its time with him, and he filled the time with the only company he had left, which was Lyanna. He had them carry his litter up to the throne room itself, past the melted and mended places where his own rebellion had burned it 16 years before, and he had them set him at the foot of the Iron Throne, on the steps, on a heap of furs, because his ruined spine could no longer bear the climb to the seat, and because sitting the seat had never been the point. He had refused it for 16 years. He was not going to sit it now, at the end, in front of the boy. He was going to sit on the steps of it, below it, a broken man at the foot of the ugliest chair in the world, and make Rhaegar's son climb over him to reach it, and look him in the eye while he did. She'd have hated this. He told his maester, who had given up telling him to rest. Lyanna, she'd have looked at me on these steps waiting to spite a boy with her own face, and she'd have called me a great sulking child and been right. He laughed, and it turned to a cough, and the cough had blood in it now. I loved her, maester. 16 years everyone's told me I loved an idea of her, a girl I'd made up, that the real Lyanna was wild and hard and would never have been happy penned in Storm's End having my sons. And you know the worst thing. They're right, and I don't care. I loved the made-up girl, and I'd have loved the real one, and both of them are dead, and the only piece of her left in the whole world is a silver bastard's whelp marching up my Kingsroad to take my throne, and I can't decide. I've had 16 years and I still can't decide whether I want to kill him or hold him. The blood was bright on his gray lips. Both. I want both. I want to break his silver father's face on him, and I want to see her look out of his eyes one time before I die. Gods help me. Both. He looked up at the throne above him. The 1,000 blades Aegon the Conqueror had folded together with Balerian's fire. The seat that had held Targaryens for 300 years and killed a good number of them, cold and black and waiting. And he thought about the boy coming to claim it. And he thought about the green fire sleeping under the floor. And he had the maester bring him the pyromancer once, in the last days, the wizened guild man who still tended the caches. And he had listened to what the man could do. The whole city in a single word. And he had sent the man away without giving the word, and had not been able, in the night since, to say even to himself whether he had sent him away out of the last of his decency, or only because he was saving the word, saving it, for the one moment when the boy would be close enough to watch the realm burn with Lyanna's face on him. When he comes, Robert told his maester on the last clear evening, you let him up, you hear me. No fighting on the steps, no guards, no last stand, I'll not give the singers that. You let Rhaegar's son walk into this room and up to this throne, and you let him find me sitting on the steps of it like the ghost of the war he was born out of, and then it's just him and me and her, and we'll settle it the way it should have been settled 16 years ago before all these gods-damned other people got involved. Just the stag and the dragon and the girl they both lost. Let him come. Jon did not sleep the night before the city, and neither did Robb, and near the black hour the two of them sat by a dying fire at the edge of the camp as they had 100 nights on the march, and for a while neither of them said the thing. Do you remember, Robb said at last, when we were 7, and you told me father was teaching you about the crypts, and you were such a poor liar I decided it had to be some dull secret about dead kings and let it lie. He turned a stick in the coals. 10 years I thought I knew you better than anyone breathing, my brother, my other hand, and the whole time you were carrying 3 dragons and a dead prince in half the realms tomorrow, alone at 7, at 10, at 12, and you never once let it show, not to me, not to anyone. I used to be angry about that. I'm not anymore. I worked out what it cost you to keep me clear of it, and I worked out that keeping me clear of it is the reason I'm alive to sit here now, and I decided it was the truest thing anyone ever did for me, and I've never once said so, so I'm saying it tonight, in case tomorrow's the day the book gets my name. It won't, Jon said. You don't know that. Kings can't know that, you taught me yourself. But hear me anyway. Robb set the stick down. Whatever waits on those steps tomorrow, whatever you have to do or can't bring yourself to do, whatever choice that dying man built for you out of your own blood, you will not face it as a Targaryen. I don't care what your father's name was. You were raised in that yard beside me, by that man asleep in the next tent, and when you climb to that throne tomorrow you'll climb as my brother, a Stark of Winterfell, whatever the crypt says, and there is no fire old enough in any blood to burn that out of you, because I have watched you refuse to burn things your whole life, and it is the most Stark thing I have ever seen a man do. Go and take your throne, and when you're on it, look down, because I'll be the one at the foot of the steps who knew you when you were a bad liar with straw in your hair, and I'll still be standing there, and that's no bannerman's oath. That's your brother's. The host of Aegon Targaryen came in sight of King's Landing on the 18th day out of Harrenhal, in the gray of a winter afternoon, and Jon reined in on a hill above the Blackwater and looked at the thing he had spent his whole life marching toward without knowing it, and it was not what he had imagined from the songs. It was enormous, and it was filthy, and it was afraid. 500,000 people. He could see the smoke of their cook fires hanging over the three great hills, the crawl of them on the walls, the shut gates, the red keep dark on Aegon's high hill with a single tower still lit, and under all of it, invisible everywhere, the green fire sleeping in 10,000 jars, and on the steps of the throne at the center of it, a dying man waiting for him with the last cunning of a broken heart. 40,000 swords stood behind Jon on the Blackwater road, and 3 dragons rode the cold air above him, grown vast now. Nyrax black and Brander bronze and Sarah pale, and canted from her old wound. And he had the power to take that city in a single afternoon, to melt its gates the way Balerion had melted Harrenhal, to end the war before the sun set. And he could not use one spark of it, because the first spark might be the last spark King's Landing ever saw, and he knew it, and Robert knew he knew it, and that was the shape of the last battle. The most powerful man in the world, sitting his dragon above a city he could destroy with a thought, forbidden by the one thing his uncle had spent 12 years planting in him from using any of it, forced to take the throne of the 7 kingdoms with his fire chained and his hands, at last, entirely his own. There it is, Ned said, reining in beside him. Robb came up on the other side, and Tyrion on his mule, and Howland Reed, and Oberyn, who had ridden the whole way north for the reckoning he'd been promised, and the Great John, and Meage Mormont, the whole strange host of the people who had come to this hill out of a crypt and a cave and a burnt town and a melted hall. King's Landing. 500,000 souls and a lake of fire and a dead man waiting on the steps. Whatever you do down there tomorrow, Jon, the whole of everything we've done since you were 5 comes down to it. No dragon can help you now. This is the part you have to do as a man. Jon Snow, who was Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, looked down at the city and the fire beneath it and the throne at the heart of it, and he was 17 years old. And he had a book of the dead in his saddlebag with 800 souls under a heavy line and 630 more under it, and every name he had spent since the kettle, and he thought about a woman by a well, and a town in the ash, and the hour below Harrenhal when the fire had felt like coming home. And he understood that his grandfather had stood almost exactly here, in a manner of speaking, on the threshold of the same choice, with the same blood and the same fire and the same green sleeping death under the same city, and had chosen wrong, and that the whole of his life, the crypt and the cave and the kettle and Marchford and Harrenhal, all of it, had only ever been preparing him for the single morning when he would stand where the Mad King stood and have to choose. With everything he wanted on the other side of the fire, not to be him. "Make camp," he said. "No assault tonight. No fire, none, on pain of death, not a torch near those walls. Tomorrow I go in and take the throne, and I take it clean, or I don't take it at all." He turned Nyrax's head from the city, and the black dragon rumbled its displeasure, wanting the fire, always wanting the fire, and Jon quieted it with a hand on its neck as he had done since he was 5. "Rest the men, feed the dragons, and someone get me Robert Baratheon's terms of parley, because that broken old bastard built this whole trap to make me come and see him. And the one thing he doesn't expect, the one move left on the board he hasn't planned for, is that I'm going to walk in there tomorrow and give him exactly what he asked for. Just the stag and the dragon and the girl they both lost. Let's go and settle it." 16 years late, and my mother watching from wherever the dead watch from, and the whole realm holding its breath over a city that doesn't even know it's sitting on its own pyre. Tomorrow. We end it tomorrow. Chapter 9 in Chapter 10. The throne he made. King's Landing fell in a single morning, and not one stone of it burned. And the not burning was the hardest thing Aegon Targaryen ever did. Harder than Harrenhal, harder than Marchford, harder than any fire he had ever loosed, because it was the fire he did not loose, and no song has ever learned how to sing about the flame a man holds back. Varys kept his word before dawn. His little birds, the small quiet children he had bought and hidden in the walls of the city for a lifetime, went down into the dark under King's Landing an hour before the host moved, to the caches beneath the Sept of Baelor and the Dragon Pit and the Guild Hall of the Alchemists and the hovels of Flea Bottom, and they found the pyromancers of the old guild at their stations, 3 of them still faithful to a dead Mad King's last command, waiting by the jars for the word that would turn 500,000 people into a green candle. And Varys' children did the work children can do that soldiers cannot, which is go unseen. And the 3 pyromancers died quiet at their posts with their signal fires unlit. And 10,000 jars of wildfire sat sleeping in the dark and never woke. And the city above them never knew how close it had come, that morning, to being a memory. Only after that did Jon move, and he moved through gates that Varys' men threw open from within, into a city that had no fight left in it, because the garrison Jon Arryn had left to hold the cold peace had no wish to die for a chair. And the gold cloaks looked at the 3 dragons circling the 3 hills, and did the sum every man in Westeros could now do in his sleep, and threw down their spears. There was fighting, in pockets hard men who would not yield, and there were dead, 400 of them before noon, and Jon wrote everyone, but there was no sack. He had given the order the night before, and repeated it at every gate in a voice that carried. Any man of his host who put a torch to a home, who took what was not freely given, who laid a hand on a woman or a child of the city, would hang before sundown from the nearest wall, king's man or lord's son, no exceptions, no mercy, and he hanged 9 of his own before the day was out to prove that he meant it, 4 Northmen and 3 Reachmen and 2 Riverlanders, good soldiers who had forgotten for an hour what army they were in. And the hanging of his own men to spare the enemy's city was the thing that ran through King's Landing faster than any dragon, so that by afternoon the small folk of Flea Bottom, who had learned across 16 years and 1 sack to expect from great men only fire and theft, came out of their hovels to watch a conqueror march up the street of steel who had killed his own soldiers to keep from harming them, and did not know what to make of it, and followed him anyway, in a growing silent crowd. Up toward the Red Keep, the way people follow a thing they have no word for. The dragons never came down. That was the image the singers fixed on in the end, the one that outlived all the others. 3 dragons the size of the day itself, circling the towers of King's Landing in the winter light, close enough that the whole city stood in their moving shadow, and never once opening their mouths. The greatest engines of destruction the world had seen in 300 years, held in the air above 500,000 souls by nothing but the will of the boy who carried them, who had climbed out of a crypt to conquer a realm, and had decided, on the threshold of the last of it, that the measure of a king was not the fire he could call down, but the fire he could refuse. Nyrax hated it. Jon felt the black dragon's fury the whole morning, the ancient wanting, the certainty that this was the moment they were made for and the boy was throwing it away. And Jon held him, and held Sarah, and held patient Brander who did not need holding, and flew them in slow circles over a city he would not burn, and the effort of it left him gray and shaking in the saddle by the time he came to the gates of the Red Keep, and it was the proudest hour of his life, and no one watching could have told, because all they saw was a boy on a black dragon declining to end the world. He went up to the throne room alone. His lords argued it, of course. Oberyn wanted a guard of Dornish spears. The Great Jon wanted to go ahead and clear the room with an axe. Ned wanted, quietly and completely, to walk in front of his sister's son into whatever was waiting. And Jon refused all of them at the great bronze doors, because the thing waiting in that room was his to face and no one else's. And because he understood the exact shape of the trap Robert had built, and knew that the only way to spring it clean was to give the dying man precisely what he had asked for, which was to be alone with the stag, and the dragon and the girl they had both loved and lost. He built this so I'd have to do it in front of everyone, Jon told Ned at the doors, so the whole realm would watch me either put a cripple to the sword to take my throne, and be my grandfather, or spare him and be soft, and be my mother. And either way he wins the only thing he's got left to win, which is a say in what kind of king the realm remembers. So I'm not going to do it in front of everyone. I'm going to do it alone, where there's no audience and no song, just him and me, and whatever happens in that room stays a thing between the 2 men who loved her. That's how you beat a trap built for a crowd. You take away the crowd. He put his hand on his uncle's shoulder, and for a moment he was not a king at all, only a boy who had grown up in a cold yard under this man's eye. Wait here. If I don't come out, then you were right about everything, and you have my leave for what you promised in the crypt. But I'm going to come out. Wait here. And Ned Stark, who had drawn a knife over 3 eggs 17 years before, and then chosen to stand beside the fire and teach it to grieve, let his sister's son walk alone through the bronze doors into the throne room of the 7 kingdoms, and stood outside them with his heart going like a drum, and his honor and his love and his old cold dread all at war in him, and waited, which is the whole of what a father ever gets to do, at the end. Robert Baratheon sat on the steps of the Iron Throne on a heap of furs. A mountain of a man collapsed into ruin, gray-faced, his great black beard gone white in streaks, his ruined legs useless under him, and above him reared the thing he had refused for 16 years, the throne of 1,000 blades that Balerian's fire had folded together, cold and black and empty, and he had never sat it, and he was not going to, and that in the end was the whole of the man. He watched Jon come up the long hall alone, and he did not reach for a weapon, and he did not call for the word that would light the fire, because the word was useless now, and he had known it was useless since Varys' price was paid, and he had known, if he was honest, and he was honest at the end the way ruined men sometimes are, that he had never truly meant to say the word at all, that he had carried it in his mouth for the pleasure of being able to, and had sent the pyromancer away that first night not to save the word, but because some last unburned corner of the boy who had loved Lyanna Stark could not, in the end, bring himself to be the thing that turned her son to ash. He watched Jon come, and the closer the boy got the harder Robert breathed, because the light was falling through the high windows onto a face Robert had spent 16 years seeing only in dreams and at the bottom of cups. "Gods," Robert said when Jon stood at the foot of the steps. His voice was a wreck of the voice that had once filled halls. "Gods, but you're hers. I'd heard it. I didn't believe it. I thought they were being kind or cruel. I can never tell which people are being. But you're hers. You've got her whole face on you, boy, her eyes. She used to look at me exactly the way you're looking at me now, like she was deciding whether I was worth the trouble, and deciding the wreck of a laugh. Sit down. I can't look up that far. My neck's as broke as the rest of me. Sit down on the steps of your God's damned throne and let an old man look at the girl he lost one more time before he goes." Jon sat on the steps, 2 below the dying king, close enough to smell the death on him, and for a while neither of them said anything, and the empty throne loomed black above them both. "I hated you before you were born," Robert said finally. "You know that. I hated you in the cradle. You were the proof, see, the living proof that she chose him. Everyone told me she was taken, stolen, that the silver bastard forced her. And I let them tell me because it was easier than the other thing. And the other thing was true, and I knew it was true. She went with him. She loved him. She'd have laughed in my face if I'd called it stealing. And then she died of it, of him, of you. And I put my hammer through his chest at the Trident, and it changed nothing. She was still dead, and she'd still chosen him. And I've spent 16 years in a chair I wouldn't sit hating a baby, because hating you was the only thing that let me keep from knowing that she'd never once, not for a day, been mine." The blood was on his lips again, bright. "And now here you are, come to take the last thing I've got, which is my hate. Because how in 7 hells am I supposed to hate you when you walk in here with her face and burn your own men to save a city, and won't even let your dragons off the leash? You've ruined it, boy. You've ruined the one thing I had left. I can't even hate you properly. You're too much like the best of her and not enough like the worst of him, and it's not fair. It was never fair, none of it from the beginning." "I didn't come to take your hate," Jon said. "I came to give you something if you'll have it. You built this whole trap to make me choose in front of the realm between being him and being her. And I've made the choice, but I made it out there on a dragon over a city I didn't burn, and it wasn't the choice you built it to be. I didn't choose between the stag and the dragon. I chose to be her son. That's the whole of it. So I'm not going to kill you on these steps to prove I'm hard, and I'm not going to spare you soft and let you feel you've won some point about my mother's blood. I'm going to sit here with you, Robert, because my uncle told me somebody who isn't full of hate should be in the room when it happens, and I'm the nearest thing left in the world to the girl you loved, and you shouldn't die alone at the foot of a chair you were too proud and too broken to sit. That's what I came to give you. Her, one more time. Not to win, just because it's the decent thing and you're dying, and she'd have wanted somebody decent in the room." Robert Baratheon looked at Lyanna Stark's gray eyes in a dying prince's face, and something went out of the old ruined mountain of him that had been holding him upright for 16 years, the hate, the last of it, and what was left underneath when the hate went was very small and very tired and almost at the end at peace. "She'd have liked you," Robert said. "That's the cruelest thing I can think to say, so I'll say it. My Lyanna. The real one, the wild one, not the one I made up. She'd have liked you enormously and told me so just to watch me sulk." He closed his eyes. "There's wildfire under this city, boy. 10,000 jars. Your grandfather's. I could have lit it. I had the word. I want you to know I didn't say it, and I want you to know I can't tell you why, whether it was decency or just that I couldn't bear to be the thing that burned the last of her off the earth. Probably the second. I was never as good a man as everyone needed me to be. But I didn't say the word. Whatever else they put in the songs about me, get someone to put that in." Robert Baratheon had the word to burn King's Landing and 500,000 souls with it, and he was a drunk and a wreck and a bad king who was never even a king. And at the end, with his enemy's son in front of him and everything lost, he didn't say it. That's the only decent thing I've got left to my name. See that it's remembered. I'll not have 16 years of ruin be the whole of the story. It'll be remembered, Jon said. I swear it, on her grave, wherever men think it is. Robert laughed once more at that weakly, because he was one of the few living men who might have guessed the joke in it. And then the laugh became the cough, and the cough did not stop. And Jon moved up a step and took the dying king's great ruined hand. And Robert Baratheon, the stag who never sat the throne, the king who never was, gripped the hand of the boy who was about to be the king who would, and looked one last time into Lyanna Stark's eyes, and said her name once quietly. The way a man says the last true word he has, and died at the foot of the Iron Throne, in the light of the winter sun, with his enemy's son holding his hand and no hate left anywhere in the room. Jon closed his eyes for him. Then he sat a while longer on the steps with the dead man, alone in the great hall, and did not go up to the throne yet, because there was a thing that needed doing first, and a king who forgets it in the rush to the chair has already begun to be the wrong kind of king. He carried Robert Baratheon out of the throne room himself. He would not let the guards do it, or the servants. He got his arms under the ruined bulk of the man and lifted him, and it was near more than he could carry, and he carried it anyway, down the long hall and out through the bronze doors into the light where his lords and his uncle and his brother waited. And he laid the last king of the old world down on the stones of the Red Keep with his own hands, and stood over him, gray and shaking, and said to the assembled great powers of Westeros, loudly enough for all of them and the growing crowd beyond to hear. Robert Baratheon died at the foot of the throne he refused to sit, and he had the word to burn this city and 500,000 souls in it, and he did not say it. Remember that of him. Not the war, not the hate, not the 16 years. Remember that at the very end, with everything lost, the stag chose not to burn the world, and give him a stag's funeral for it, in the storm lands, in Storm's End, beside his people with honor, because he earned that much in the last hour of a wasted life. And the earning of a good death in a bad life is a rarer thing than any of you will manage, so mind you respect it. And then, and only then, Aegon Targaryen turned and went back into the throne room. And his uncle and his brother and his lords came with him this time, and the doors stood open, and the crowd pressed close to see, and he climbed the steps of the Iron Throne past the place where a dead man's blood was drying, and he sat the throne of the 7 kingdoms at 17 years old, on the 4th day of the new year, 300 years and some after Aegon, the conqueror had folded it out of the swords of his enemies with a dragon's fire. And he did not cut himself on it, which the singers would make much of later, because the throne was said to cut any king who was not fit to hold it, and it did not cut Aegon the 6th of his name, and whether that was fitness or only care no one could say, but he sat it whole. And the 3 dragons circled the towers outside, and the war was over, and the realm was his, whole, unburned from the wall to the broken arm, taken entire, at a cost he carried in a book, before Robert Baratheon ever sat the chair Jon now sat, exactly as a broken man in Storm's End had sworn would never happen, 16 years and 1 death too late. He made his terms that first day, from the throne, before the smell of the old war had even left the hall, because he had learned from Marchford that the story a king tells in his first hour is the story the realm believes for a generation, and he did not intend to waste the hour. He would not rule by fire. He said it first, and he said it plainest, to a hall full of lords who had come expecting a Targaryen and gotten something they had no name for. The dragons would not be the law. No man in his realm would be burned for the king's justice. There would be law and courts, and the old right of every accused man to answer. and the dragons would defend the realm from what came against it and would never again, while he lived, be turned on the realm's own people, because he had seen where that road went. He had walked a little way down it himself below Harrenhal, and he was closing it for himself and for every king who came after. And any heir of his who broke that law could be put down for breaking it, and he wrote it into the first decree of his reign, so that it would outlive his own resolve on the nights his resolve failed. He would dig out the wildfire, every jar, all 10,000, hauled up out of the dark under the city where it had waited 16 years to murder 500,000 people, and destroyed, dumped in the deep sea past the gullet, so that no king who came after him, mad or sane or merely desperate, would ever again have the word to burn King's Landing sleeping under the floor. It took 2 years and it killed 19 men, careful men, alchemists and miners, and he wrote all 19 in the book, and counted it the best spent 19 names in it. He would keep his promises, all of them, the expensive ones. The mountain was delivered to Oberyn Martell in chains before the first moon of the new reign was out. And what passed between the Red Viper and the thing that had murdered his sister was Dorne's business and no one else's. And the debt was paid. And Dorne loved a dragon for the first time in 300 years. Tywin Lannister was brought to answer for the order he had given in the sack, not burned, not butchered, but stripped of the wardenship of the West, and made to kneel in the throne room and hear his crime read out in full before the realm, which for a man like Tywin was a death worse than any axe, and Tyrion was named Warden of the West in his father's place. The disappointment made the air, which Tyrion found so funny he could not speak for a while, and then served better than any lion before him. The North kept the freedoms Jon had promised it in the snow at Winterfell, its own laws and its own gods, and Robb Stark to rule it as warden after Ned, near a king, but never under his thumb. The Reach kept its place, and Margaery Tyrell came to court, and the two of them spent the first year of the reign deciding, with their eyes open, exactly as they had agreed in a melted hall. And what they decided is a story for another song, but they decided it themselves, and that was the whole of the point. And Jon Arryn, who had kept the realm alive for 16 years so there would be a realm left to save, lived to see the peace he had failed to build made by other hands, and died the winter after, old and quiet in his bed in the Eyrie, with the knowledge that the boy he had helped raise had done the thing he had spent his life reaching for. And Jon named a tower of the Red Keep for him, which the old man would have thought a foolish waste of good stone, and did it anyway. Because some debts you pay in stone whether the dead approve or not. The cost was in the book, and Jon read it, every name once a year on the anniversary of the crypt, alone. He never stopped keeping it. There was the woman by the well at Sheepshorn, the first name, when he was 11. There were the 630 of Marchford, and the heavier line under the 800 kneeling men below Harrenhal that he had hunted and burned in a quarter hour of relief that still woke him some nights 17 years on. There were the 400 of the taking of King's Landing, and the 9 of his own men he had hanged to spare the city, and the 19 alchemists who had died digging out the fire, and Robert, whose name he wrote though no fire of his had killed him, because a king carries the dead of his war whether he struck the blow or not. Thousands of names, in the end, in a growing shelf of books, the whole cost of a throne taken young by a boy who could have taken it faster and cheaper with more fire and had chosen, every single time, at every gate and every wall and every field, to spend the dearer coin of restraint instead, and had the books to prove exactly what it had cost him to be his mother's son and not his grandfather's, and would not let himself forget a single line of it. Because the day a king can read that book without weeping is the day he has become the thing the book was meant to keep him from. Ned Stark lived to see all of it, which was the one mercy in the whole long tale that Ned had never dared pray for. He stood at the foot of the steps on the day his sister's son was crowned, an old man now, gray and worn by 17 years of carrying the most dangerous secret in the world, and he watched Aegon Targaryen take the throne without cutting himself. And he did not weep, because Starks do not. And then he wept anyway, quietly in the crowd, the way a father weeps who drew a knife over 3 eggs in a crypt and chose, instead, to stand beside the fire and love the boy it made, and got to see, at the end of everything, that the loving had been the right choice, that the fire had grown up kind, that the realm was whole and unburned and just, and that his sister, wherever the dead watch from, had gotten the one thing she asked for with the last strength in her body, which was a son kept alive, and grown and good. "You did it," Ned said to him, later, alone, in the tower they would name for Jon or Rin, the two of them looking out over the city that had not burned. "You took the whole realm, and you did it without becoming the thing I was afraid of. I drew a knife over your eggs when you were 5, Jon. I've never told you how close. I've spent 17 years waiting for the day I'd have to use it, and it never came. And I'm an old man now, and it's never going to come. And I want you to know, before I'm too old to say it plain, that you are the finest thing I ever made in a life full of hard choices. And I didn't make you at all. I only kept you, and it was the best keeping of my whole life. You made me," Jon said. "Every part that matters. The fire was my father's. The dragons were the gods or the Targaryens or whatever hatched them. But the part that carries the book, the part that wouldn't burn the city, the part that sat with a dying man who hated me because it was decent, that part's yours, Uncle. You put it in me in a cold yard, one hard honest day at a time, for 17 years, and it's the only part of me that was ever worth putting on a throne. My grandfather had the fire and no book, and he burned the world. My father had the fire and a head full of songs, and he burned the world a different way. I had the fire and the you was the difference. It was always the you." Outside, over the city that would not burn, 3 dragons turned in the winter light, Nyrax black and Brander bronze and Sarah pale, and canted from her old wound, grown vast, grown terrible, grown into the unstoppable thing the whole realm had feared since a shepherd first saw a winged shadow over a northern hill. And they answered no one and nothing in all the world but a boy from a cold crypt who had hatched them at 5, and raised them in the dark, and flown them the length of Westeros and refused. At the very end, with everything he wanted on the other side of the fire, to let them off the leash of the one thing his uncle had taught him mattered more than any crown. And that boy sat the iron throne he had made his own, a Stark and a Targaryen, fire and honor, conqueror and king, 17 years old, weary past his years, holding the realm whole in unburned hands, and he had taken everything and lost pieces of himself for every acre of it. And the books on the shelf grew heavier every year, and he read them and he carried them, and he did not put them down, and that carrying in the end was the whole of the difference, and it always had been. Since a crypt, since a fever, since 3 cold eggs and a boy who could not bear to leave them cold. Chapter 10 End.